This portion of the live broadcast brought to you by Molly Maid.
Oh, my God.
What do you say, Paul?
Yeah, I won't be able to see any of that today.
Yep, I know.
Oh, jeez.
Morning, everybody. As you can tell by the angle, we have a computer issue in the Moulton house. He is doing the show via phone today.
So it's weird. Turn the computer on. The colorful picture comes up. Allows me to type in my PIN. Type in my PIN. Computer starts going to work.
And it just doesn't turn on?
Well, it's taking a long time, and now we'll see what it does. And then the screen goes black. Just when, all the icons are supposed to show up and all that. Golly.
$20 seconds.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning on this Thursday in which the magic numbers are getting pretty small. How the heck are you? We are Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. For those that take us in at twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, it looks a little different today. My computer is not working.
In fact, it may have died. A
Yeah.
miserable death overnight.
Yes. Did not give me any advance warning either. Yes. So I'm holding a phone. Technology, glorious thing. All right. And, Mark, my big fat head, I can't even get it to come in handy when I need it because the light in my room, the main light in my room, okay, I can't get my big fat head to block it.
I think you're doing a great job right now. I mean, it looks like an eclipse. And
So, just yesterday we were talking about doing segments on the phone. All right. Now going to do the show, at least my end of it on the phone. How are you this morning?
I'm doing well. Had a good day yesterday. I got to play a little golf, little event that's been going on, a summer event, and happened to pound our opponent. So that makes me happy. Then walked into a unbelievable late goal by England because I did miss that game because I was on the golf course. But
Harry Kane.
Unbelievable late goal by England, and they win the semis of the Euros to get to the finals. Watched the second half of the Copa America game. The daughter had gymnastics last night, so I was a late soccer fan. Didn't watch as much as I wanted to, but a lot of drama last night. Good baseball game with the Dodgers and the Phillies. So a pretty good little sports night, David. We're crawling along here as we get back towards football season.
I missed most of the England-Netherlands semifinal. I watched every single second of Uruguay-Colombia. Every second of it. I found it enthralling. I also, until the bitter end, it was as if they were listening to our show. There were no theatrics until a little bit in the second half.
Well, a little bit in the second half as they started trying to milk the clock a little bit with laying down for injuries. I mean, that was...
Yes. And so, they added a bunch of stoppage time because they atoned for some of the theatrics. But yes. And so I will say, I didn't realize I had to keep soccer on afterwards because of the possibility of a melee. As soon as it was over, I was done. And then, I get up this morning and found out that, some of the Uruguay players went into the stands.
It was a little nuts, and I usually don't watch a lot of post game. It started on the pitch. They broke that up relatively quickly, and then it went, that it was ugly.
It was in Charlotte. It was very much, it was as if Colombia was at home.
Oh, my goodness, was it ever.
I mean, they were 90% of that stadium. And, apparently all heck broke loose afterwards. So, but the two finals are set. And, it's been a good tournament, something to entertain us with. And controversial officiating in both. I gotta love it. I have to admit, very, very American of the international soccer. Okay, a little melee. Okay, work in some controversial officiating. All right, I like it. I like it.
Throwing yellow cards out yesterday like they were chiclets.
Yes, they were.
Man, oh man.
Yeah, threw in a red card just to make it interesting. Absolutely. So heading down the home stretch of the first half of the baseball season, even though we're a week and a half past the halfway point. But those of us of a certain era, the All-Star break is just, the halfway point of the season, even though most teams will have played about 95 games by the time we get to the All-Star break after the action on Sunday. But time to take inventory, Mark. Are you buyers or sellers?
And it seems as if there's going to be a lot more sellers than there are buyers. seems as if it's a seller's market, and we'll see what that does. And we'll talk some of that. Steve Carney with covers the Rays will join us on the show today and see what he thinks the Rays are going to do coming up at the deadline as well.
And it's an ugly story, and we haven't been bogged down with it often in the last year because it's very unpleasant to talk about. But with Wander Franco being charged with 2 felonies, Mark, here's my understanding. As of yesterday, the Rays no longer have to pay him. However, and we'll talk to Steve Carney about this in a little over an hour, in order to get out from under that $192 million contract entirely, he has to be found guilty or plead guilty to a felony. So if those charges get knocked down, even if he pleads guilty, and goodness knows it's difficult to imagine that the Rays or any other team is going to have anything to do with him ever again. But I mean, let's be honest. It's 192 million, and about 188 of it has not yet been paid out. So the Rays have a very vested interest into the legal proceedings from this point forward.
I mean, being a little flippant here, but the Rays are cheap as it is.
Right.
If they have to eat this contract, what does that do to them going forward? Just from a pure baseball standpoint, not trying to minimize the depth and the horrific part of the story, but purely from a baseball standpoint, the Rays don't spend.
Right.
And if they're eating this contract, will they spend even less because this contract's hanging over them for the next however many years?
So, I mean, we all know Wander Franco's never going to play Major League Baseball again. I mean, we know that. Once he got charged a couple days ago, his baseball career was over. But now, the only drama left as far as Wander Franco's legacy with the Tampa Bay Rays is he going to get paid or not? And obviously, they can, them and the Rays and Major League Baseball would work closely together. They would try to get out from paying as much as possible, but it's kind of like the Trevor Bauer situation. Trevor Bauer, by the way, who was never charged with a crime, and yet the Dodgers were able to finagle not paying him for, I believe, half of his 3-year contract. And that's fighting the baseball union at the same time, and they were still able to get out, and he was never charged. So the Rays and Major League Baseball are going to work diligently to make it so that they don't have to pay Wander Franco at least $185 million of the $192 million deal. But that's really what's left to be decided, besides obviously for Wander Franco, whether or not he ends up going to jail or not. But Mark, our system went 1-1 last night.
It did. It almost went 0-2. Thank goodness for the Twins with the mounting a late comeback down 2-0. I think in the 5th, ended up winning 3-2 against the White Sox in the first double dip. But the Royals swept the Cards.
Yes, they did. By the way, big sweep for both because, the Cardinals had gotten to within 4 of the Brewers. And Mark, you lose 2 in a day and the Brewers win a game. Now you lose a game and a half in the standings, but vice versa. The Royals had fallen a couple of games back of the Red Sox for a playoff spot. KC wins a couple, Boston loses. Just like that, the Royals are half a game out of the final playoff spot in the American League. So it was a noteworthy day. Yeah, that doubleheader was noteworthy.
No doubt. And as you mentioned, 2 playoff teams fighting for their playoff lives even mid-season, because we do have races on both sides. And the Royals doing a good job of winning 2 games, catching up a little bit with the Sox. But on the other hand, as you mentioned, the Cards, they're battling behind the Milwaukee Brewers and still a playoff team right now in the National League.
We're going to talk more about this, but the media days This week the Big 12 is owned center stage. They're the only ones doing the media days. Next week it'll be the SEC, and then the week of July 22nd it'll be Big 10 and ACC with their media days, because we only have 4 power conferences now. And yesterday, Mark, yesterday was prime time.
Well, he's the centerpiece of that conference right now. The team isn't, but he is.
He used the word poison. We got rid of the poison on the team. Listen, full disclosure, if you're new to the show, Miller and Moulton love Deion. We do. In fact, we did this. We call ourselves this our third act. It's our third rendition of this show. Our first act was done in the afternoons in the same studio in Fort Myers, Florida. And there was a small window on the door leading in to our side of the studio. And Mark decided, we need to fill it. I'm tired of people always peering in the window, looking at us like we're animals in the zoo. I need to plug up that window. Huh? Okay. Mark, what'd you plug the window up with?
A picture of Deion. A great picture. Not a football picture either. I think it was a studio when he was doing a studio show, because he was in suit and tie.
Right. It was either a CBS or NFL Network glossy of Deion. Right. Uh-huh. Now, granted, we were in Fort Myers together, and Deion's home is Southwest Florida, so, it had added meaning. But yes, we are in the tank for Deion. We admit it. Now, that doesn't mean, we're 100%. I mean, he's done and said things in which we've gone, oh, come on, Prime. Right. But so just so you know, when we talk, that's where we're coming from. He's my diva wide receiver.
But referring to college athletes as poison is stepping over the line just a touch.
Yeah, it does seem, especially since some of that poison he brought onto the team. But so we'll talk a little more about what Deion had to say. There's a lot of other things went on in the sports world. We got a good show lined up. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki
No, it's not sunny. Jake, appreciate that. Jake, that was a very nice, a little thing that you put together for morning shows and you plugged our show into it. I like it. It's catchy. The only problem was my name was slightly mispronounced. So we couldn't use it, but it's good. It's good. You've got talent. Damn.
20 seconds.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes, the hour, top of the morning to you. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X is how you can follow along, or at millerandmoulton.com. You can also download anything that you miss. Steve Carney, Glenn Davis will join us coming up later on in the show, talking a little baseball and talking a little soccer. Mark, the U.S. men's national team couldn't even wait to today. Couldn't even wait to Copa America wasn't playing. They had to, garner some of the headlines themselves yesterday. Word got out. They did what we all expected. They fired the men's national team head coach, manager, whatever they refer to him as. He gone.
And like you said, it was inevitable. Now the question is, who do they hire? Can they get one of the big fish that's out there to take this program over? And what will that do? And I'm interested to hear what Glenn Davis thinks of who they should hire and how they should go about this to try to take a top 20 team and make them a top 10 team.
Well, shouldn't we pay top dollar? I mean, there are some that believe that we won't get, the top international coach because we won't pay the going freight. When in the world did the United States become a mid-market franchise in anything? And I understand we may be just that in soccer, but if that's the case, I mean, seriously, the United States should not be the Milwaukee Brewers. And the Milwaukee Brewers are a fine franchise. In fact, the U.S. men's national team only wished they competed at the level and had the level of success the last 7-8 years that the Milwaukee Brewers have had. But you know what I'm talking about.
The question is, will they have to overpay? And the answer is probably yes, David.
Yeah.
And that's okay.
Who cares? When is money a problem for the United States in anything? And I'm being serious here. When has money been a problem? Name me when we as a country sports, politics, whatever, had to go a bidding for the Olympics. Seriously, when in the world did we lose out because of money?
We've never lost out because of money.
Now, if we were going up against Saudi Arabia, okay, yeah, all right, we might get outbid.
Right. PGA Tour has been outbid by Live.
Right. But that wasn't a United States thing. That's a PGA Tour thing.
Correct.
But I mean, if we have to be the Detroit Pistons here and overpay to get a coach, let's just hope we don't hire Monty Williams. But yeah, pay it. Whatever. Who's the best one out there? How much does he want? 10, 12, 15 a year? No? Okay. Tell him, done deal. We'll go get the money. Not a problem.
If that's what you think it takes, then that's what they should do. Make no mistake. I mean, that's if that's what the people who run the soccer programs think that we need to become a better soccer nation, then pay it. I don't know if that's really the case because I don't know if we're talented enough.
But you tell me, you and I are old enough. This might have been maybe because I'm 4+ years older than you. I remember the whole Pele, Cosmos, NASL mid to late 70s, when soccer was on the cover of Sports Illustrated and it was going to take over America. And obviously that didn't happen. And then you had to go all the way into the mid and late 90s when we hosted a couple of World Cups, men and women's. And of course, the women started having the success that they had. And we all now know, okay, how it is that soccer has become what it is in this country. But it's been a long time. But you tell me, the 2026 World Cup, the significance of it for that sport in this country on a scale of 1 to 10 is what?
David, I think it's probably an 8. Now, we'll still watch. We figured out the numbers show it. We watch games of consequence. This Copa America without the USN is doing very well.
Mm-hmm.
Ratings are spectacular.
Mm-hmm.
The Europe 2024 matches are doing well in ratings, despite being played in the middle of the day and sometimes during the week. The numbers have been very good. But at some point, for it to explode, we need to hear the chants of USA, USA.
Yeah. Yeah, we need to be good. We need to be good. We need to be more than the cute story. And that's what we've been in this sport. Oh, they're cute. Those Americans, they're cute. No, they think they're going to do something this year. Yep, they'll show up in big numbers, spend big money. Okay, they're cute. Maybe they make it out of group. Maybe not.
But I thought last night, David, you made the point earlier how it looked as if it was a Columbia home game in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Uh-huh.
Could you ever imagine, and I'm being dead serious here, David, a World Cup game not played on this continent where a crowd would look like that with red, white, and blue? Europe, Asia, Africa, South America, name the place where we'd take over an arena like that in a foreign country, because I don't see it.
If we became good, I could see it. I could. If we became really good.
Really good.
Really good. Really good. If we were a consistent top 10 nation in the sport, in which basically whenever there was a major international competition, it was like, well, they're going to get to at least the quarters. Every other one that, every third one, they'll get to the semis. That sort of, when we can get there, if we can ever get there.
That's a big if.
It is. It is.
When you see 6'5" defenders for these countries, playing the back line and the size that these teams have versus the size we have, there's a disparity.
Well, there's no doubt our 4th best athletes playing soccer. At best, our 3rd best athlete. Then, yes. Whereas it's a bigger priority in other nations, and so they're getting their best athletes. There's no question. But, we got 330 million people to choose from. the two countries that were participating in Copa America last night, Colombia, I think, is 30-something million, and Uruguay is like 4. I mean, come on now. I mean, our talent pool is pretty good.
There's no doubt. And I have trouble seeing, first off, I hope I'm wrong. I hope that a new manager, coach, whatever, takes this program to the next level. I don't see it. And I want to see it. I'm not anti-U.S. soccer. I've just watched the product now for a long time, and this is what it is.
Yeah, I'd like to think that, name the football coach, name the manager, that's come in. And, to me, this is Jim Harbaugh with the Niners a dozen years ago, when Harbaugh inherited the group from Singletary and Mike Nolan. And he's like, yeah, I don't know what they've been doing with this group, but I see real talent here, and there's a way to play, and we're going to play that way. And next thing you know, they were hosting the NFC Championship game. So that's, I don't know about us making the semis of the 2026 World Cup, but I mean, right now, Mark, we ain't even getting out of group. We're a mess. I think there's a Harbaugh out there.
I hope so. Because we've got a long way to go. And David, as it says in the song, a short time to get there. 2026 is not that far away.
No, it's not. And if what you're talking about, where we will become a true soccer nation and show up on the road and all that, ideally they'd have a big rousing success in the World Cup that's in North America, as opposed to one that's halfway or even further around the world. The starting 5 is next.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
The gift of a natural diamond began its journey 3 billion years ago. Far before it met you, its home is over 100 miles deep within the earth. A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind, much like what it symbolizes in your life. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. Did you know that your natural diamond helps support the livelihood of millions of people worldwide and that it saves animals from extinction? We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. We won't need to make calls to find you one. Jason and Todd truly care about you, their community, and the communities worldwide whose healthcare, education, and critical infrastructure benefit from natural diamonds. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
How you doing over there?
Well, to be honest, it's more big picture than little picture. I'm just trying to get my head out of my you-know-what, because this is like a 5-year run, Mark, where nothing good's happening. There's one good thing that's happened in my life in 5 years. It just seems as if it's one blanking thing after another.
Do they have to pay the women's coach the same as the men's coach now?
I don't know about that. They agreed to pay the players. I don't believe they agreed to pay the coach the same. There we go. Nope. I got those numbers. Our numbers are good, by the way.
Good.
Our current numbers are good. Our past numbers have been good. So I'll be disappointed if the one client that we're sending them to, if we don't get business.
Right. All right. Coming back here in 10. I was trying to have a little fun with the 20 seconds, giving you a little, blast from the past there.
No. I laughed on the side.
Where it counts.
Yeah. Fossey.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Steve Carney will join us 1 hour from now. Now that Wander Franco has been formally charged in the DR. All right. Can the Rays get out from under that contract? Also, Rays have already made 2 deals. How many more will they make? Steve Carney in an hour, Glenn Davis in a little more than an hour, to talk about where does the U.S. men's national soccer team go from here. But right now, it is time for
The Starting Five. 5 stories you need to know. It's the Starting Five on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
And number 1 is the U.S. men's national team firing Greg Berhalter as their head coach after the dismal Copa America showing. The World Cup is in 2 years. It's in North America. Who are we going to hire? And do we have enough time to get our act together? History says we do, by the way. In fact, Colombia, who's now in the Copa America final, not that long ago, they didn't qualify for a World Cup. And now they're got like a 27, 28 match winning streak. So, there's time. There's a Harbaugh out there. There's a Saban out there, Mark. Come on. We can do this.
You keep telling me that. I'll believe it when I see it.
Copa America, Colombia scored late first half, but then got a red card and played the entire second half, which was not just 45 minutes because there were 7 minutes of stoppage time. So Colombia had to play over 50 minutes a man down. Uruguay hit a crossbar and 2 posts, but Colombia held on 1-0. They'll face Argentina Sunday, 8 o'clock in Miami on Fox. That place will be electric. Messi and Argentina against Colombia in Miami.
I would love. I mean, the tickets are outrageously expensive. I've already checked. If I had the means, I would be going to this. This would be something.
This is what you and I have always talked about. We want to go in 2 years to a World Cup match, and we do not want to go to a U.S. match. We want to go to 2 established, passionate soccer nations playing one another, and we want to go. And I'll tell you what, I even thought about it, Mark, last night as I'm watching all those Colombian fans in Charlotte, North Carolina, which I thought the match was in Colombia. And I thought to myself, would I break the Miller and Moulton rule and wear a jersey if you and I can get tickets to a World Cup soccer match?
Wow. I don't know if I'd wear the jersey. I might wear one of the team colors.
Okay. Fair enough.
I want to come in with that Dutch army, as they call them, the Netherlands there, when they play in that sea of orange comes marching down the streets into the pitch. That's fantastic.
I was even contemplating a little face painting last night. That's how into it I was getting.
The Uruguay fan that got a lot of airtime last night with the full body paint.
Now, I will not do that because, first off, there's a lot of body that's got to be painted. So, no. And nobody needs to see that. That's the other thing.
No one needed to see that, but yet we were privy to it quite often last night during the telecast.
Euro 2024, England got a very controversial gift penalty kick early first half in which Harry Kane scored on the penalty to tie it at 1. And then Ollie Watkins in the 91st minute with a beautiful goal. And England beats the Netherlands 2-1. It's England and Spain, 3 o'clock Sunday on Fox for the Euro 2024 championship. Major League Baseball, Rays shortstop Wander Franco. It's a procedural move, but it's going to save the Rays 7 figures. He was moved from administrative leave, in which you get paid and you still get your service time, to the restricted list, where you no longer are paid and you no longer get service time after being charged in the Dominican Republic with 2 felonies involving a 14-year-old girl. Steve Carney to join us in less than an hour to talk about that story and the implications to the Rays franchise. As for the Rays, the Yankees, who had been 1-6 in July, did just enough, got a terrific defensive play in the 8th and held off the Rays 2-1. Rays 0 for 10 with runners in scoring position last night. But the Yankees Pick up a game on the Orioles, whose lead is down to 2. Cubs have won 3 in a row. They shut out Baltimore in Baltimore 4-0. Red Sox had won 7 of 8 in July, but Oakland beat them at Fenway last night 5-2. Mark, you referenced it, the marquee matchup going on right now. Dodgers at Phillies. Kyle Schwarber led off the game with a home run. Do you know how many times this year, in half a season basically, Schwarber has led off a game with a home run?
It's got to be a low number, but you're making it seem much bigger. 3?
8.
Holy Toledo.
I know. That's like once every 11, 12 games. He leads off the game with a home run. 4-3 Phillies over the Dodgers. They've taken the first 2 in that series. By the way, Arizona with 2 in the 8th beat Atlanta 7-5. So the Phillies gain a game on the Braves. They now lead by 8.5. We had a couple double headers, and one of them was a sweep. You don't see that very often. The Royals went into St. Louis, beat the Cardinals 6-4 and 8-5. And because of Kansas City getting 2 wins and Boston losing, the Royals are just a half a game behind the Red Sox for the final playoff spot in the American League. And the Cardinals, by losing 2 and having the Brewers shut out the Pirates 9-0, they're now 5.5 back of Milwaukee. The other doubleheader, Mark, the White Sox and Twins have played 10 times this year. And when the White Sox beat Minnesota 3-1 in the first game of a double dip, that was their first win against the Twins this year. Twins won the nightcap 3-2. White Sox are 1-9 against Minnesota. Keep that in mind, though. Twins only have 3 games left against the White Sox all year. You know, you're looking for wins coming down the stretch. Well, Twins don't play the White Sox very often the rest of the year. And when you play the White Sox, that's damn near a win.
For the record, the White Sox are now 27-68. That's a .284 winning percentage.
Yeah, they're on pace. That's like 47 wins. It's like 47 and 115.
Ouch.
Yeah, that's really bad. Your Tigers, this Tigers Guardian series has been entertaining. Detroit's taken 2 out of 3, 5-4 over Cleveland. Matt Verlaine with a homer and 3 RBIs. So Seattle swept the Padres, a short 2-game series, 2-0, but Houston keeps pace by beating the Marlins 9-1. So the Astros remain 2 back of Seattle. Angels snapped the Rangers' 5-game winning streak. They beat Texas 7-2. Our Reds gave up 2 homers to Sam Hilliard, and the Rockies, who haven't won a lot, but they beat Cincinnati last night 6-5. Mets are over 500, 4 runs in the 6th. They beat the Nats 6-2, and they're just a half a game behind the Padres for the final playoff spot in the NL. Toronto with 6 in the 6th. They beat the Giants 10-6. Wimbledon, oh man, American Taylor Fritz had a big opportunity. He was favored against the Italian Lorenzo Musetti. He forced a 5th set. He got whooped in the 5th set, 6-1. Musetti advances. He'll face Joker in the semis. Fritz trying to become the first American male to reach the Wimbledon semis in 6 years. So you got Alcaraz and Medvedev, Djokovic and Musetti, your final 4 on the men's side. Women's side, the semis are set. You've got the 4th, the 7th, the 31st seeds, and an unseeded player. It's been wild on the women's side. The 4-seed Rybakina, who won Wimbledon 2 years ago, is the clear favorite. WNBA, Indiana, Mark. You know, Caitlin Clark playing well. They were hosting the 5-17 Washington Mystics. And guess what? They got the Mystics' best game. Mystics led by 16 at the half, by 21 after 3. Clark and the Fever with a big comeback. They got it to within 2. But Washington held them off 89-84, 29 points, 13 assists for Caitlin Clark in the loss. Chicago behind Angel Reese, her 14th straight double-double. No one's ever done that in WNBA history. 11 points, 13 rebounds. Chicago beat Atlanta 78-69. For what it's worth, Chicago and Reese are the 7 seed. Indiana and Clark are the 8 seed right now. They would both make the playoffs. Also, the WNBA is a little bit more than halfway through their season. They're going to play another week and a half and then shut down for 3 weeks for the Olympics, and they will wrap things up in late September. But, Mark, we were talking about what U.S. men's national team and soccer in this country and all that. I mean, if you're the WNBA, wouldn't you take right now, give me Chicago and Indiana as the 7 and 8 seeds, and who cares if they get whacked in the first round? I got to have Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese in the playoffs.
No doubt. I think it would go a long way. I mean, first off, what's the Fever's record? I doubt you have it, but I mean, it's amazing. They're well below 500, are they not?
Yeah, I think they're around 9-14. Well, remember, they started 1-6.
You're exactly right. They're 9-14.
Yeah. So, but everybody thought they were going to get a win yesterday, and they didn't. NBA, Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers teams can't force guys to play or not play in the Olympics. But, Mark, the players are strongly adhering to whatever it is the teams want them to do. And after talking with the Clippers, Kawhi Leonard, who's never played in the Olympics before, opted off of the U.S. Olympic team, and then they chose Derek White of the Celtics as the 12th man on the team, if you will. No Kyrie Irving, by the way. Name it. They chose Derek White of the Celtics to replace Kawhi Leonard. For what it's worth, the NBA TV deal is apparently done. It's been sent to all the networks to sign. Turner has 5 days to match one of the offers on the table, or else Turner's going to lose the NBA. College football, while Big 12 Media Days is getting all the attention, with Coach Prime saying that the Buffs, weeded the roster of all the poison. Ouch. The real story took place in a North Carolina court yesterday. The ACC is allowed to officially countersue Clemson in the North Carolina courts. So, Mark, pay attention. There are 4 lawsuits in 3 states. Florida State's suing the ACC in Leon County, Tallahassee. Clemson is suing the ACC in Pickens County, South Carolina. But the ACC has been allowed to countersue both Florida State and Clemson, and those cases will be heard in Mecklenburg County, North Carolina. What is it that Andrew Brandt says?
There will be lawyers, David.
Yes, there will, and a lot of fees. And as we approach 8 minutes before the hour, that was
the Starting 5 every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
And that's big for the ACC, Mark, I believe, because, well, first off, they could win. And in theory, they could say to Florida State and Clemson, yeah, you got to pay us the full going rate. But the fact that the judge in North Carolina has said, oh, no, you have jurisdiction, I think that gives them a hand for a settlement.
Interesting that the Big 12 in their media days, of course, the story leaked out that they're in talks with Clemson and Florida State.
Right.
Trying to pursue the big boys of the ACC to come to the Big 12.
Well, right now, Utah, best franchise in the Big 12?
Absolutely.
And is that good enough? If you're running that conference, is Utah good enough? I mean, now Colorado could become, UCF could become, but right now it's Utah. Is that good enough if you're running that conference?
No, I would be, if I'm your Mark, I'm shooting for higher. I would be going after Florida State. I would be going after Clemson. I would try to gut the ACC too.
Fascinating part of the Big 12 is it's the only conference that has a TV rights deal with both Fox and ESPN.
And would they both open them up if Florida State and Clemson come along?
Or would one say, no, 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 I want them for my conference, and the other one go, no, 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 I want them for my conference? Once again, folks, it's all a TV show. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening.
Friends and family of Southwest Florida, are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers.
So how'd that hour go?
It was fine.
We're going to be able to do our interview?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. What time's your appointment today?
Noon.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hold on day. Hope you're going well. Let's finish line together, shall we? How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We haven't come up with a poll question yet. All right. Don't know if we will. There's something I got to get off my chest. First, you know what the magic numbers are? 21. Hall of Fame game, 3 weeks tonight. For those of you that just need to see helmets and shoulder pads. Doesn't even care if you like the teams. Doesn't even matter if any of the guys that are playing are going to make the final roster. 3 weeks tonight, 21 days till football will be seen on a screen near you. But it's 6 weeks Saturday, baby. 44 days away. Florida State, Georgia Tech, week 0. 7 weeks Saturday, 51 days away from the first full weekend of the college football season. And it's 8 weeks tonight. Ravens and Chiefs in Kansas City. Let's do this. So 21, 44, 51, 56 are your football magic numbers. Can almost taste it from here.
56, huh? You know, this has been for whatever reason, this has been a longer week for me. So one of those weeks where I don't know what day it is, and don't ask me why, but I've just been doing my thing and going, what day is it all day long?
Right.
So today that it was Thursday, someone early in the Twitch chat room mentioned there was golf on TV. I'm like, oh yeah, it is Thursday.
Right. Scottish Open also. I mean, there's
right.
Since you woke up, there's been golf that's been available to be watched. Yeah. So, and then next week, Mark, the Open Championship. So you got to get that in the whole system here. Okay. There's golf to be, viewed Thursday and Friday these next 2 weeks.
Nothing wrong with that. Now, did you just have to get the numbers off your chest, or did you have something else that you had to get off your chest?
There's something else I wanted to get off my chest. It happened a couple days ago. I think it happened while we were on break. Maybe it happened at the very beginning of this week. But, Mark, all these athletes either have their own or are doing others' podcasts. And Joe Burrow sat down and did an interview. Don't ask me where, but I know he was the guest. It's not his podcast, but he was a guest. And so they start talking about the future in the NFL. And, this is Joe Burrow. I mean, he's not Patrick Mahomes, but, he's fairly big deal, right?
Absolutely.
And Joe Burrow just starts matter-of-factly talking about, 18-game season. Yeah, no doubt. We got to do that. We got to go double buys, though. We got to have 2 buys. And he then had an idea, which I don't know. Somebody's probably had it before, but I haven't heard it in a while. I don't know if you have. Burrow said, by the way, don't do the Pro Bowl at the end of the year. All right. Do the Pro Bowl like week 13. All right. Do it the way like the NBA and the NHL do their All-Star weekend. Okay. And in fact, have that be a league-wide bye. Okay. That's the second bye, if you will. And he just threw out week 13. And he said, and then we'll do all the 7-on-7 competitions and what have you, just like the way the NBA and the NHL just, stop. They do their thing. It's fun, blah, blah, blah. And then, everybody can go to Orlando and Disney. They can go to Vegas, whatever. Okay. And then, but basically most of the league gets a week off. And even those that are participating, I mean, come on. And then he said, and then, we'll all get ready for the home stretch. And of course, the first thing was those associated with the union were like, shut up. Don't be just giving them an extra game. Okay, that's kind of a big negotiating chip. What are you doing, dude? But if we take that and put it to the side, your thoughts on Joe Burrow playing commissioner and what it is he wants to do with the National Football League.
It is great anytime we hear new ideas. And I don't want to just slam new ideas for the sake of slamming them. But David, taking a week off from the NFL will never, ever, 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 ever happen. Even though the Pro Bowl gets a decent rating. Even though, it really and truly does. There are eyeballs on the Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
But they are 25% of what's on an NFL weekend for football.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe even less than that.
Right.
The networks who are paying billions of dollars.
Yes, they are.
Billions are not going to sacrifice a week during the season, particularly, and I know he used week 13, but that's probably November, right?
I believe it would be probably the weekend after Thanksgiving. The other thing that he said when he said week 13 was he said, give that weekend to college football so that they can do the first round of their playoffs. Okay, that would be the big college football weekend where you got the most playoff games. Okay, but that'll also be our all-star game weekend, if you will. I mean, he incorporated that into his reasoning.
And that's wonderful. They're not giving a weekend off in November. There's this thing in the television world called sweeps. It's when all the ratings are done. It's kind of a big deal.
Now, I will say, first off, I think week 13 would be the week after sweeps because sweeps ends the day before Thanksgiving.
Okay.
So I think technically it would just fall out of it. But your point of, if the college football playoff were on more than one network, and I know technically ESPN sold off a couple games to Turner, but it's not like the NFL. It's not like there's 4 or 5 networks that are broadcasting the college football playoff where the other networks would have alternate programming that weekend without the NFL. CBS, NBC, okay, Fox. Yeah, they don't have any football. With no
Fox without football showing infomercials for crying out loud.
Right. Correct. So, that's the flaw in his reasoning.
The other major flaw to me is that football doesn't play an all-star game. They play dodgeball. It's not like they're stopping the season to play a game that people watch. And the teams, if they actually played a game and went back to that, the teams would never, ever, 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 ever allow their players to play essentially an exhibition game in the middle of the season. They wouldn't do it.
But Burrow's reasoning as to why you could do it now is because it's no longer a game. It's a skills competition, and that the risk of injury is, less than 1%. Okay, and that's why he agreed with you. Okay, if it were still the Pro Bowl, a game in which they wore helmets and shoulder pads. He's like, I know this idea would never fly. He goes, but basically it's a 7-on-7 shorts and t-shirt skills competition. He goes, we could have that, quote, during the season.
Well, Joe's right. The NFL owners are really good about letting their players do things other than play football during the football season.
Okay, so you don't like the Pro Bowl idea. Fine. 18 games, double bye.
That's going to happen. That part of it, I'm with him on, David. I believe that the league will. I mean, we all know it's going to 18 games at some point, and the bargaining chip for the union will be a second bye. And with the way midweek games are going on now, and European games and more international games, and you think that 18th game will bring more international games to the table, that's how they'll work that second bye around.
Now, remember, the NFL regular season, the NFL decided a long time ago, they do not want to play games Labor Day weekend. They found, because in large portions of the country, that's the final weekend of summer, ratings and attendance were down Labor Day weekend for NFL games. That's why they start the Thursday after Labor Day. They do it for TV ratings, and the whole country's back to school. It's not summer, if you will. They do that intentionally. So if you're adding a game and a bye, I mean, unless, Mark, they are officially going to take the week off in between the conference championship game and the Super Bowl, you're now talking about pushing the Super Bowl to the very end of February.
Great.
The very end of February.
Great. So, I mean, football is going to go from September all the way to the end of February? That's sign me up.
Okay. Now, I will say,
what do we do every day on the show? What did you just get done doing? What were those things that you give out during the summer?
You mean the magic numbers?
The magic numbers. Yes, David. The magic numbers, where we and other shows all across the country count down the days until we start doing what? Playing football. So why would anybody want football to end earlier or the same time it is now, when given the choice that could it end a couple weeks later and we get another game?
Do you know who's paying very close attention to this? NASCAR. Because NASCAR is like, listen, if you guys want to push this back 2 more weeks, that'd be awesome. Because do you know what we would do the Sunday that you're not playing football? That'd be the Daytona 500. That'd be awesome for us. Now, if you're going to take it away, man, you're forcing us to push basically the start of our season, back some more. So NASCAR is paying very close attention to the whole 18-game double bye. And obviously, if you're college basketball, you're like, wow, so you guys are going to play football the entire month of February? Oh, that's
Gets us right to the start of college basketball season in March, David.
Mark, I think they were trying to get a few people to watch a few of their games before March, though.
Well, as long as Duke's playing and we can see Connor Flagg, we're good. Or Cooper Flagg, rather.
So Joe Burrow played Roger Goodell, basically. He said, oh, yeah, definitely. 18 games, double bye. Let's do it. Absolutely. Done. Let's go. So there you go. Joe's on board.
Are you on board with anything that he said other than 18 games and a double bye?
I actually like everything he said, but you're right. There's no way the networks will agree to an all-star weekend, because that means 3, or 4 of the networks are going to have nothing to show that weekend. So it won't happen. Miller and Moulton. Steve Carney will join us in 25 minutes. Thanks so much for listening. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond
I actually like the suggestion in the Twitch chat room. The poll question, what kind of computer should I get?
Don't get a Mac.
So what should I get?
Windows-based computer, laptop. I would get a Dell. Macs are great. They're just really expensive. You don't need to spend that kind of money. I would hope you could get yours working.
We'll see. It's weird. Really don't have time for this. It's a major inconvenience on my wife. Golly. Life.
Mm-hmm.
It's so much fun.
I do get to where off subject there, but where do you remember Trent said he wanted to come in on a weekend and just clean the studio?
Mm-hmm.
I get where he's coming from because this side is disgusting.
Well, if we have to fly him down for him to help you with the computer, we can just, put him up for an extra night.
I've thought about that might have to happen.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Steve Carney will join us in a little more than 15 minutes. We'll talk a little baseball. Glenn Davis in 40 minutes. Where does the U.S. men's national soccer team go from here? But we were just talking some football. By the way, magic numbers 21, 3 weeks tonight, Hall of Fame game for those of you that just need to see some helmets and shoulder pads collide. 44 days away from week 0 of the college football season, 6 weeks Saturday. 51 days away, 7 weeks Saturday, till the start of the college football season for everybody. And 8 weeks tonight, 56 days away, Ravens and Chiefs. The NFL season gets underway. Last segment, if you missed it and you're just joining us, we talked about Joe Burrow going on a podcast saying, oh, yeah, NFL, we're going to go 18 games, but double buys, though. We need 2 bye weeks. And, let's do this sucker. Okay, we talked about the ramifications for the NFL and some other sports. There's one major sport we left out, however, Mark. College football. You're running college football, and particularly you're ABC ESPN, who runs the playoff. You have the exclusive rights to the playoff. Now, you're selling off games to Turner. That's fine. But you've got the playoff for the rest of the decade. This NFL playing hardball, this NFL even lengthening their season further, that's not good for college football. What are you going to do to combat it?
Well, I got to make sure my playoff games. I think you have to stay away from the weekends for the semis and the finals.
Okay.
I mean, that's the first move I'm making. I may take on Monday Night Football. Well, that's their. See, now they're not going to take on Monday night because that's their night.
Well, and remember, if the NFL is going to extend their season, now ABC, ESPN, their final regular season game is not a Monday night, okay, because the season ends with that last game on Sunday. So our because I'm part of the crew, our last game is a Saturday night game. So you don't have to worry about that. But if you're pushing the season back
right
another week at least, never mind 2, now you're taking Mondays away from college football to play semis or national title games. Here's my idea. Why is college football not loading up the very first Saturday after the conference championship games? Right now, there are 3 games that are scheduled that Saturday, second Saturday of December. Army-Navy, and before it and after it this year, there are 2 of the lesser bowls, bowls 42 and 43 on the hierarchy, if you will. Don't you, if you're college football, need to go? Because literally by law, the NFL is not allowed to play games the second Saturday of December. They can't start moving their games to Saturday until the 3rd Saturday of December. Don't you, Mark, if you're college football, have to go, well, we got to play? I mean, I think you have to seriously consider how much longer you need to be playing these conference title games, but we all know that's not going to go away. So fine, first Saturday in December is conference title games. Don't you have to go straight into the first round the very next Saturday?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And when there's 14 games, it's going to be a little more cumbersome, but you're going to have to. If you want some standalone games, it's the only place you can go. It's just how many games can you put in that weekend?
And they don't.
You're probably going to go Friday night too, David.
Yes. And think about it. Okay, remember the games that are being played in the first round for the next 2 years are 5 versus 12, 6, 11, 7, 10, 8, 9. So the teams that win their conference championship games, they're not going to have to play the very next week in virtually every situation. Okay. And yes, there is a chance that teams who lose conference championship Saturday will have to come back 6 or 7 days later and play. Well, that's just like the regular season. And B, Mark, there's a very good chance that those teams are all playing home games. So how much of an inconvenience is it?
Hey, look, just from an injury standpoint and a rejuvenation standpoint, it's an inconvenience, but as you mentioned, no different than the regular season. For 2 teams, it will be, because 2 teams are going to have to play Friday night.
Yeah.
A little bit of an inconvenience for them.
Yeah, and one of those 2 teams probably didn't even play conference championship weekend. That's the other thing. There's a chance that, teams involved in the playoff are not playing. I mean, if we think 4 teams from the SEC and or the Big Ten are going to make the playoffs, well, obviously only 2 of them could be playing conference championship weekend. So that's, to me, when the NFL, I think college football needs to do this before the NFL expands their schedule and all that. But if the NFL is truly going to lengthen their season, if you're college football, you got to get away from the NFL. The NFL's showed this year, they have scheduled their best, almost all the marquee teams that they put up against college football's playoff to basically give the middle finger to college football. Their free minor league system, they're trying to screw.
So then try to play the semis on January 1 as long as it's not a Sunday. Right? Is that what you're thinking?
Well, I have to admit, I don't know. Do you play the semis? Because you're going to play first round. Remember, it's first round, then quarters, semis. So what you want to do is play the first round and then squeeze the quarters in between.
Or you're doing the quarters New Year's Day, semis the final week, and then you're taking the.
Because that's what I believe they're doing now. That's what I believe they're doing now. The plan is to play the first round the third Friday and Saturday of December, the weekend right before Christmas. And then they're playing their quarters New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. And then later in the month, you have the semis. And then you get midway through January, even later, when they're going to play their title game. Because that's the other thing right now. ABC, ESPN gets playoff games, and their playoff game is a Monday. Their first playoff game is the Monday. So, the NFL's making life hard on college football here.
And on ESPN, ABC. I mean, particularly on them.
Right.
Who pays them a boatload of money to carry the NFL and to run highlights.
Actually pays them the most. They pay them $2.7 billion a year. Right. And they're also forking out all that money for the playoff.
And the NFL is basically telling ABC, ESPN, we don't care.
Yeah, suck it up. Don't care at all. Right. So I think college football, and this will suck for Army Navy. It will absolutely suck for Army Navy. It's been a standalone game. And, it now is going to, when it was competing against other games of stature, it had half the rating that it has now. But, I mean, if you're college football, is the NFL really giving you any other choice?
No, Army Navy is going to have to get sacrificed for their sport right now. And I know, for you and others who just adore that game, it sucks.
Mm-hmm. And the other thing, in all honesty, though, is that for the people who really care about Army Navy, they're going to go to and watch that game, even above the playoff games. I mean, they are. So they don't care that if playoff games were going on opposite it. They don't care. It's Army Navy. It's the biggest game of the year as far as they're concerned. So just felt that needed to be brought up. The impact of the NFL when, according to Joe Burrow, oh, yeah, this is a done deal. 18 games, double bye, no doubt about it. Steve Carney's next.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung has successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida for over 30 years. As a former prosecutor,
Oh, damn.
You all right over there?
Yeah, I hit a button. Got a couple buttons to my right, makes the desk go up and down. If I lean, all of a sudden I'm moving the desk up or down.
Hell of a desk. Oh, crap. We got a guest here.
Got time. My granddaughter, Deadstruck, loves the color of the shirt.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Glenn Davis to join us coming up at the top of the hour to talk about the U.S. men's national team. Moving on from Greg Berhalter, where do they go from here? Also, hope that Glenn is okay. He calls Houston home, obviously with Hurricane Beryl, which came barreling through there, caused damage to the football stadium, for goodness sakes. Millions without power. Those of us in Florida, unfortunately, know a little something about that. So hope we'll check in, find out how Glenn is doing, and then talk a little soccer coming up at the top of the hour. But we've been talking plenty of football on this day. 21 days away from the Hall of Fame game, 6, 7, or 8 weeks away from the season getting underway, whether it be week 0, week 1 of the college football season, or 8 weeks tonight, Ravens and Chiefs. And not only that, Mark, every team is going to have all their veterans. Next week is rookies. Like a week today is the big day where teams have their rookies show up. And about 12 days from now, the 23rd is the big day where basically all the veterans report. So you're going to see football video and highlights, if you will, in a week.
That's a winner. Let's get it going. And not really anybody left to sign. I mean, there's a few players out there here and there, but more or less the only thing we're paying attention to now is what, David?
Injuries. Yep. Tannehill still out there at quarterback. Did you hear Leonard Fournette, after taking a year off, wants an invite somewhere? He's like, hey, I'm in the best shape of my life. I just needed a year for my body to heal. I still want to play.
Yeah, that's great. It has not worked out very well for players who take a year off and come back to the league at any position. It has not worked out well. I think someone will give him a crack at training camp when someone loses a running back. He'll get a shot.
Well, it's important to remember if you're like, oh, I don't know, he's too old. He and Christian McCaffrey were both in the same draft class. Fournette went 4th and McCaffrey went 8th. Same draft class. And anybody think Christian McCaffrey's about at the end? Steve Carney is kind enough to join us. He of stpete9.com, stpete9.com, Under the Orange Roof podcast. You can follow Steve on X at Steve Carney, Carney. Steve, it's David and Mark. Hope you're doing well. How are you?
I'm doing well, guys. Yep, it's I can't believe we're almost here. This weekend, and then we've got the All-Star break coming up. Should be a fun one.
Listen, we'll get to baseball in a moment, but you do a terrific job covering armed services, football, Yards and Stripes is your podcast. Okay, we were just talking the college football schedule with the playoff and what may happen to Army Navy in the future. How problematic would it be to that great game, which is my favorite game of the year? I'm lucky enough, like you, I've covered it for the last 15 years. Okay, but if college football has to use that day to start playing playoff games, what do you think the impact will be on the Army-Navy game?
You know, it's a good question because that day has been tradition for college football now since the 1890s. So I really do think that it's going to be very difficult if college football has to use that first day or that first Saturday in December to start doing the college football playoff and not allowing Army and Navy to be a standalone game. The one game on the schedule. I think that's going to be very, very difficult for college football. I think that they're the service academies. They'll adjust. But I think it would be sad for college football fans.
What if they somehow, if Army Navy let it off, if that was the noon game and we went into the playoff, would that alleviate some of the problems?
Well, the one problem that you have with Army Navy being earlier than it already is you lose the pomp and the circumstance. You'll lose the marches. Because I don't think that they're going to. I mean, they already do the march so early now. Getting the whole brigade, the Corps of Cadets and the Brigade of Midshipmen into the stadium wherever it may be, and then of course, that's now I'm opening a whole other can of worms about the travel. Having that game outside of Philadelphia or sometimes in New York or Baltimore. But I really do think that if you were to make that game a noon game as opposed to a 3:30 like they have it now, I think that it really does kind of put all of the logistics that go along with Army Navy. It kind of throws everything out the window.
Steve Carney, a versatile and talented guy because he covers armed services football as part of the Lightning Radio Network, but he also covers baseball. stpete9.com, stpete9.com. Follow Steve on X at Steve Carney, Carney. All right. The DR officially charging Wander Franco with a couple of felonies. At the moment, the Rays now no longer have to pay him. But Steve, clarify this for us. We're of the understanding that the only way the Rays can get out from the $192 million contract is if he is convicted or pleads guilty to felonies. If these charges were to get reduced and he pleads to misdemeanors, yeah, his baseball career is going to be over. But are we correct that the Rays would be on the hook for the contract?
You are correct. That is my understanding as well. The morals and ethics clause that is in every standard player's contract. It basically says that you have to be convicted of a felony in order for your contract to be terminated for cause. So, yeah, he would need to be convicted or plead guilty to felonies in order for that to be the case. So, yeah, that is exactly my understanding. That unless that happens, the Rays are still going to be on the hook for the rest of, and I think they still owe $176 million of the 182. So it's going to take a lot in order for them to get out from under this contract.
Will this affect how the Rays do business? I mean, we know that they're not a franchise that spends a lot of money. With this $180 million hanging over their heads, do you think this affects the way they do business in the offseason?
Absolutely. No doubt in my mind. If they are forced to have to pay all of this money over the next, now 9 years to a guy that's not playing for them, it will absolutely affect how they do business.
Do you think the Rays going forward will make decisions as to whether to trade guys based on baseball or based on money in the next couple of weeks? How much will the finances play into what the Rays do in the next 3 weeks?
I think it's going to be a big combination of both. You look at the moves that they've made already, moving Aaron Savali, moving Phil Moulton. I think that both of those were more baseball than money, though you could argue that, Moulton, they still had about $3 million left to pay him. So I think that could have been a little more money than baseball, but I still think both of those were more baseball than money. If they move guys like Zach Eflin or Randy Arozarena, I think those are probably more about money than baseball. With Eflin, he's got 1 year left on his deal. It's $18 million. I think that would certainly be more money than baseball. Randy Arozarena's got 2 years of arbitration left, but he's going to start getting very expensive. He's at $8.1 million this year. You would assume he's probably going to be over 10 next year, and who knows what it's going to be the year after that. So I think that both of those would be more money than baseball.
What's the likelihood of them moving one, both, or even more players? Because what the Rays are, Steve, as you well know, is what they are right now. They've been a 500 franchise all year long, hovering a game below, couple games below, couple games above. The run differential's been lousy for most of the year. So we know who the Rays are. I mean, it is likely they're going to deal more players, right?
Yeah, I think that they are. And I think that the likelihood of that they deal one is probably pretty high. I think the likelihood that they deal both Eflin and Arozarena is a lot lower. But I don't think that they are done by any stretch of the imagination, possibly moving other guys. My thoughts come to Brandon Lau, who is in the last year of his contract, but is also has 2 option years that are still rather affordable. I think it's $10.5 and $11.5 million. So I certainly think that they are they've still got plenty of moves. And Eric Neander, the president of baseball operations, is always on his phone. Every time I see him, he's got his phone to his ear. So I'm sure he's been talking I'm sure he talked all week, and I'm sure he's going to continue to talk all the way through the end of this month.
Do you think, Steve, though, that the Rays, because, the Mets were 11 games below 500 5 weeks ago, and now they're above 500 and a half a game out of the playoffs. The Red Sox 6 weeks ago were a couple games below 500, and now they're holding down the final playoff spot. I mean, if the Rays had a good week, if they came out of the All-Star break and went 7-2, I mean, the standings look totally different. Do you think the Rays, best case scenario, have it in them, or are they just not good enough this year?
I think the big thing that you got to worry about is the fact that they have the best winning percentage, or I should say the highest winning percentage schedule remaining. So they have the hardest schedule left. So I think I think that really is going to, that's going to factor in as to why I think they're going to end up moving guys rather than add. So plus I think that they're going to get to a point. They've got a couple of guys that I think are pretty close to coming up. I don't know if they'll be ready this year, but I certainly think that they could be ready by at least the beginning of 2025. Carson Williams, their star shortstop prospect, is I think going to end up finishing in AAA and could be in the big leagues at some point next year. They've got a couple of really good catching prospects on the horizon. I think that you might get a chance to maybe see one of those guys get a cup of coffee in September. So we'll see what happens.
At the end of the day, I mean, no matter what they do, they got to figure out how to hit the ball, because the Rays batting's been atrocious this year. Such a drop off from a year ago. So I'm with you, Steve. No matter what they really do, unless they all of a sudden start ripping the ball off the cover after the All-Star break, it seems unlikely that this team can make a run.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right.
Steve Carney, stpete9.com, stpete9.com, the Under the Orange Roof podcast, Yards and Stripes, Lightning Hockey. Steve, try to rest up over All-Star break if you can. We are very appreciative of your time and your insight, and stay well.
Yeah, amazingly enough, I actually have 3 days off in a row. I don't know what the heck I'm going to do with myself for the All-Star break.
Reintroduce yourself to somebody you haven't talked to in a while. Steve Carney.
Yeah, I'm going to have to say hello to my wife. That's
right.
Thanks, Steve.
Thanks, guys.
Joining us once again here on Miller and Moulton. I didn't realize that about their schedule coming out of the break. So, yeah, there are a lot of teams, Mark, that are holding on. First off, the draft is this weekend. A lot of organizations have been bogged down by the draft, and then they're going to worry about the trade deadline coming out of this weekend. But I think there's a lot of teams who think, we're one hot week away from being fine. Not sure the Rays are.
They can't hit.
No.
I mean, they're 21st in batting average. I think they're near the bottom at home runs. It's tough to win games when you can't score.
0-10 with runners in scoring position last night were the Rays, and the Yankees 2-1 win, just the second win for the Yankees in July, moved them to within 2 of the Orioles. So a little baseball talk there.
And a little Armed Forces talk with college football that we've been kind of talking about in and throughout the show, of what college football plans to do with the playoff coming up and how it works with the National Football League. We'll switch gears to soccer. Glenn Davis joins us in the 8 o'clock hour right here on Miller and Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
The gift of a natural diamond began its journey 3 billion years ago. Far before it met you, its home is over 100 miles deep within the earth. A natural diamond is the oldest
So did he just have a bad connection at first, or?
No, he didn't answer.
He
didn't answer. He didn't answer a second time. I left him a message as we were coming back on, and then he called.
Gotcha. So.
All set.
Okay.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home on this Thursday. Thanks for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. The Diamond District bonus hour is 1 hour away. Glenn Davis is kind enough to join us once again. He covers soccer for a living, has a tremendous podcast and show called Soccer Matters. You can follow Glenn on X at Glenn Davis Soc, S-O-C, Glenn Davis SOC. Glenn, it's David and Mark. How are you? And normally that's a cliche question, but you and the folks in Houston just got rocked by a hurricane. So when we ask, we really mean it. How are you?
Yeah, Houston did get rocked by a hurricane. As you know, we're not built very well when it comes to flooding because of the overbuilding in this massive city. So there's a lot of people without power. Fortunately, I was one of the lucky ones who did not lose power, but, I did have some roof issues and some other things, but, it's been pretty rough for people. I mean, it's 100 degrees plus. You got no air conditioning. I had a bunch of friends over yesterday just to cool off. One guy came over and knocked on the door and just said, "Hey, can I go up to sleep?" And I said, "Yeah, go take the guest room." So digging out of it right now.
Well, we completely understand. Trust me when I say that. We were through it not too long ago in this part of the world. So our thoughts are with everybody in the Houston area. All right, Greg Berhalter, done as the U.S. men's national team coach. Was it necessary?
Yeah, I think it was. He's been there 5 years. I don't think we saw a lot of progress from the last World Cup when it comes to a group that had a decent World Cup, had I would call it a push, got out of the group, showed us they would fight, show us they would compete, outplayed England at that World Cup. But since then, it's been really uneventful. It doesn't look like there's been a whole lot of growth. Looks a little bit too comfortable. And, I'm from the belief that players can at some point outgrow a coach potentially. And he may have been the right guy in the very beginning, but at this stage, after looking at the progress of the team and watching over the course of the time period from the last World Cup in Qatar, just didn't look like it was advancing in the right direction. And of course, 2026 World Cup is around the corner. This is a huge opportunity for not only the U.S. national team, but the sport in general.
Glenn, what, in your estimation, does the U.S. men's national team need more out of their next coach? Do they need more attitude, motivation, hard ass type approach, or do they need more tactically? They just have to be superior to what they are now.
Yeah, it's a good question because look, we're not behind the scenes. We're not at training sessions every day. You only go on what you kind of hear. I think it has to be somebody that maybe is a little bit more autocratic. I think, look, the good thing here is we've seen a lot of emotion and a lot of dissatisfaction from fans. U.S. soccer's generally, to me, a very clandestine kind of, this may not be the word, but kind of skull and bones kind of operation that really doesn't seem to get out front very often when it comes to connecting and communicating transparently with all the soccer fans in the U.S. People care about the national team. They want it to do better. They want self-belief brought back. And I think the dissatisfaction from fans shows that the sport is growing from an emotional standpoint and a desire standpoint. But the team didn't grow from the last World Cup. So that coach has got to be, I think, autocratic. He's got to be somebody that is more autocratic. I think someone that is got a bigger personality that's going to step in, and it's going to be a total reboot for everybody. They're all going to have to reboot themselves to a new coach. And hopefully it's somebody who's been there and done that. And, whatever you want to say, motivation, tactics, all of that comes into play. And, I think what I've heard from a lot of people and what I know about Greg Berhalter and the coaches and his coaching tree, very data oriented. And it almost seems to me sometimes like it's too much data. And so many decisions are based off data. And that sometimes to me is a little bit scary because I think it sometimes becomes a bit of a fallback position.
When it comes to the next coach, will we have to overpay for that coach to get someone here who is of an elite level, or do we not need to find this elite coach, the pipe dream coach that's out there? Is there somebody in the States that can take this job and do it?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think you might have to overpay, and you can overpay. It's U.S. Soccer. It's first and foremost a money-making organization. Let's make that pretty clear. As much as we want the growth of soccer, that's a part of it. And I think also what's going on with the national team is a little bit systemic of the overall organization. Listen, they had to throw them overboard, okay, because they were going to have egg on their face. And the sporting director, Matt Crocker, is the one who rehired Greg Berhalter. He's come out now and said, he's only been on the job a short amount of time. Well, he's, his first big decision with the men's national team, rehiring him, was a failure. So now he's got to get it right. But I hope we hear more from these people. I hope they give a better line to the fan base, and you got to give the supporters groups and fans a lot of credit for, not being particularly happy with everything that is going on. But they have the resources to get a high profile name.
Glenn, how important is the next 2 years in the grand scheme of things? Like, do we have to have a good World Cup in 2026 for the sport and for the men's national team to get to where it is we want to go? Or does it really matter if we have it in 26 or we have it in 30 or we have it in 34?
Yeah, I think my judgment is in the vein of potentially having one of the greatest World Cups you could ever have from the standpoint of results and getting to a semifinal or to a final. It's a dream to have it in your home country. This has to be parlayed into an advantage, right? And if you've gotten to a quarterfinal once before, why wouldn't the bar be set higher to get to a semi or a final? As far as the overall growth of the sport, I think it's always an opportunity when you have these high-profile events to platform it, grab more of the market share in the media. You engage people that are outside maybe the soccer culture from the mainstream, all of that. But soccer as a whole is not going anywhere. You could earn more fans. You could earn more dual national fans based on
diversity of the country, but as far as the popularity of the sport or anything like that, we're not in a panic mode there. The participation levels and the amount of people interested in the game in this country is at an all-time high.
Do you get excited when, the Euros are gone, Copa America's going on, U.S. has been out of this for a while, and yet there still seems to be great fandom? We did a poll question of what people are watching this summer. Soccer did really well. It didn't win over baseball, but 3 years ago, we'd have been laughed out of a room to put that in a poll question. I think the fact that, we're watching international soccer, it's going to put more pressure on the U.S. team, right?
Yeah, and we're participating from viewership as well with the rest of the world. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that we have a country that has people from all over the world. I mean, the city I'm in here, you name it. Every corner, every country from the world is represented here. It's incredible. The bars are filled. People are talking about it. I don't think there's any question that it's been great viewing. And I think it's gone more mainstream. And I think it's hard for people not to pay attention to it. The coverage is there. The accessibility to it is there. And the cool thing about it for me has been, and I think a lot of people might say this, is the fact that you're watching the Euros at one part of the day and then in the evening you're watching the Copa America. You can really do a really interesting comparison of the two tournaments and the differing ways the game is played by differing countries.
There are two teenagers who have helped lead Spain to the Euro final. Do we have young guys that haven't been given the opportunity that we need to just throw in the new guard at the, I know we're not an old team at the national level, but we do have like a 32-year-old midfielder. And you know what I'm getting at here. Do we have a young group that hasn't been given the opportunity that the time has come? We got to throw these kids in the fire.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what's been done with the current group, right? So when Greg Berhalter took over the team, who, by the way, in the beginning, we have to give him credit, took over the team, it was a young Christian Pulisic. It was Weston McKennie. It was Tyler Adams. It was all these younger guys that we said, okay, since we didn't qualify for the World Cup, this is good. We can accelerate their development. So now they're more mature. They're in their, maybe they're 24 now, in that area, give or take. And give or take a year, and those were our guys then. Now, there's always talents that are talked about and that are being signed from the U.S. The Philadelphia Union has a young talent everybody's talking about. His name doesn't come to mind right now. So, yeah, I don't know. There could always be roster changes, people emerging. We'll see what the Olympic team does this summer. But I think there are resources there.
Glenn, all the best to you and your fellow Houstonians in the coming weeks. And as always, we appreciate your time and your insight and talking soccer with you. All the best.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. Appreciate it very much.
Glenn Davis, Soccer Matters is the show and the podcast. Follow him on X at Glenn Davis SOC, Glenn Davis SOC. We've been talking soccer with Glenn for 15 years. And the U.S. men's national team has not advanced further past where they were when we first started talking to him.
They play differently. They look better. We're told there's more talent, and there clearly is more talent when you watch. The way they possess the ball, they do things they weren't doing 15 years ago. The style is completely different, but the results aren't.
Nope. I mean, we got to that World Cup quarterfinal, I think, in 2002. And we went toe-to-toe with Germany that day on the pitch, too. And we got a bad break, actually. There was a handball in the box. We should have had a penalty, taking a 1-0 lead. But, I mean, you think about it, 20-plus years, all the money, all the everything, and we haven't gone forward.
Not at all. And participation, yes, it's up. Viewership is up. It's now time to deliver some results in the important tournaments. Miller and Moulton. Miss any of the show? Go to millerandmoulton.com to catch it there.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, I'm Jason.
And I'm Todd with the Diamond District. I believe in complete transparency. If you're shopping for diamonds in Naples,
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
Past. Thanks so much for being with us, Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, which is where you can go to download anything that you miss on the show. And you can follow us on X at Miller_Moulton. Magic numbers till you get to see some football. 3 weeks tonight, 21 days away, the Hall of Fame game, Texans and Bears. Got to think Caleb Williams will be the first time he steps out on the field as a pro. 44 days away, 6 weeks Saturday, week 0 of the college football season. 51 days away, 7 weeks Saturday, week 1 of the college football season. And 8 weeks tonight, Ravens and Chiefs to kick off the 2024 NFL season. Mark, you're the bigger music fan of the two of us, but I think I'm a bigger fan of this group than you. Did you see what took place in England at the Killers concert last night?
I did. It was pretty awesome.
So, if you don't know what we're talking about, Miller and Moulton will try here to paint the picture. You know, a couple of minor league play-by-play guys here. Hopefully we can do a decent job. So they're playing last night in England. Well, going on last night in England was England against the Netherlands. And there's a lot about this that impressed me, Mark. But first off, somebody on the crew has to be monitoring the match. Concert going on at the same time as the match. And the match is like 8-10 over in England. And so someone's monitoring the match. And we all know, or maybe you don't know, but England scores late, 91st minute. They play about 5 more minutes of stoppage time. And England ends up winning. Well, you know how in a concert, all of a sudden the group can just, they're kind of just playing some music. You're not quite sure what they're going to do. What song are they leading up to here? What are they doing? And while all of a sudden they're playing some of their instruments and killing time, the Killers put the match on the big screen behind them for the final minute of the match. And so when the whistle blows and England has won to advance to the Euro final, the crowd erupts at the Killers concert. And Mark, of all the Killers hit songs, wouldn't you say Mr. Brightside's their biggest hit?
It's not close. I mean, there's a canyon between that and their next biggest song, particularly the longevity of it, because now you play that song still today in a college town, everybody goes nuts.
In fact, when I was at the Michigan UNLV game last year, that's the song that they played and the crowd sang to in between the third quarter ending and the fourth quarter starting at the Michigan game at the Big House. They're belting out Mr. Brightside. And so the crowd inside the arena erupts. And the band waits about 3 seconds and then all of a sudden goes right into Mr. Brightside.
And then the crowd erupts again.
It is just a crescendo of noise and excitement and euphoria. It's like, my team winning one of the biggest wins the English national team has had, quite frankly, in decades. And at that same moment, the group that I love is playing the song that they have. Just thought it was it's out there on social media. You could find it, even if you're not a big fan of either English soccer or the Killers, for that matter. But it
was terrific.
Yeah,
it was timed out incredibly well. They had the confetti shooting off into the crowd as well, so it was a scene, and it was well done by whoever on the production crew, band, however they came up with this, well done by all involved.
Right. They're doing the sound check yesterday morning, and somebody's like, we're going to be playing at the same time that England's playing in the match. We want to do something. How are we going to handle this? I mean, Mark, I don't know about you. I emceed a singing event, if you will. My mother-in-law was in a chorus, Spirit of the Gulf, for the longest time, and they had an event at about a 3,000 seat auditorium, and I emceed it the one time, and it was on a Sunday afternoon. And so, the chorus is an all-female chorus. And so the crowd is made up of a lot of men. They're supporting their women. And all the singers most of them are female. So I got a crowd in which it's a lot of guys. And Mark, they didn't tell me this when they asked me to MC. But I took it every time I went to the microphone to introduce the act and what they were going to sing. I gave NFL scores.
No, you did not.
I did.
Now, I know the men in the crowd probably were very appreciative of what you were doing. How many dirty looks did you get from the people who were not necessarily singing, but whoever was in charge that hired you had to be livid with you?
There was one person who was like, "Are you serious?" And I'm like, "Hey, if you don't think the people out there don't want to know how their Titans are doing, how their Bears are doing, all right, you're crazy. All right."
They're taking one for the team today.
Right. They love the woman on stage, but they want to know if the Dolphins are winning or not. Okay? I'm just
damn right.
And so I was told late in the proceedings by others, like, we're going to have you MC this every year. You're a big hit. And I'm like, hey, you can get anybody to do the scores. I mean, seriously, just leave the phone up here. You'll be fine. So that's what I felt the Killers were doing yesterday. Killers gave the scores.
Yes, they did. And, that's the other side. They're probably not doing any. I mean, obviously, if they lose, they're doing nothing. They just continue on with the set, do what they do, and you don't want to bring the crowd down. So the only way you do that is if they're going to win, and you take a huge chance putting the last minute on when the Netherlands is doing everything they can to try to equalize the game at that point.
Exactly. And obviously it was 1-1 heading into stoppage time. So, I mean, it's you didn't even know if you were going to put anything on the screen. They could have easily lost 2-1. So, but just a little moment there at a rock concert. Could you just imagine being in that hall for that? Because much like the concert I was alluding to, like, tell me those kids and even adults my age, because I love the Killers. Love the Killers. I've seen them twice in concert. All right. It's my daughter and I, that's our band that we do together.
I can't wait for my daughter and I to find a band. All I have right now is Taylor blanking Swift. It doesn't matter what I put on. Do you like the song? No. What do you think of this one, honey? No. That's all right, but it's not Taylor.
No, that's true.
I've had a few friends reach out to me who their now teenage daughters have gotten past the Taylor Swift and have moved on to what I would call better music. And I have nothing against Taylor Swift. She's, she does long concerts. She plays her own music, writes her own songs. Good for her. Not my cup of tea. But I'm yearning for that Killers moment with my daughter, David. I really am. I'm jealous of you.
Well, a handful of years. You figure it'll happen before the decade's out. Because she's 10. It'll probably happen around 14. You'll find a group. That'll be your thing.
Whew. Can't wait for that. Because right now it's a brawl of what music comes on in the house, in the car, anywhere else. All I know is that I lose more times than I win, and I don't like it that way.
Well, that's because you get the TV for sports, so you can't win the stereo, if you will, for music also.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years.
Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung has successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida for over 30 years. As a former prosecutor, the information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, a criminal matter, or involved in an auto accident, call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung. I'm a local attorney with local knowledge to assist you through the process. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Offices in Fort Worth.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
20 years ago, Jason and I had the idea for a jewelry store like no other, with a vast selection of certified diamonds priced 8 to 12% over cost. A team of individuals who are educated, driven, and believe in cultivating relationships.
Today, we have become one of the largest independent jewelry stores in the country. Todd and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day, along with our GIA gemologists, master jewelers, custom designers, and non-commissioned diamond consultants, all of which we consider family.
As direct diamond importers, we travel the world, forging relationships and sourcing diamonds. What we love most about our business is that we can call Southwest Florida our home.
If selection, value, and comfort are important to you, give the Diamond District an opportunity. You won't find a better diamond buying experience. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
enough time to go through them all right now, but it looks like NBC-2 is taking care of all the good, the bad, and the ugly based on headlines. Makes my life a lot easier.
Now, if they could just do that every day.
Right. I mean, I've got deputies rescue baby sea turtles. That's a good.
Sure.
Man accused of trespassing in Bonita Springs City Hall. That seems like a bad. And man arrested for hitting victim in head with beer bottle, kicking him at gas station. Looks like an ugly. I think I got this done.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes till the Diamond District bonus hour gets underway in the 239 and the 904. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So we've been kicking around a few football things, pro and college. All right. Don't know if you've got something on your mind. Last week you said, hey, I got a yes, no, or earlier this week you said, hey, I got a yes, no, maybe so. Because I got kind of a yes, no, maybe so for you if you're interested.
I'm always interested in the yes, no, maybe so. Always. I woke up in the middle of the night saying, you know what I need today? Not more cowbell. I need a yes, no, maybe so.
See, ladies and gentlemen, he sounded sincere, but I knew deep down he was giving it to me.
Not at all. I think this segment has huge potential, and you seem to think that I'm mocking you, and I'm not.
I do, because you did when I first brought it up, because I'm stealing it, okay? I heard it on an NHL Network radio show, okay? And the guy does the segment, and I don't know, and I don't think he does it every day. I think he does it once a week on his show. Yes, no, maybe so. And I loved it. And I'm not you and I, we don't do things for clicks. We're not good at the poll question. We're not good at, consultants would hate us because they're like, you need to do this and this and this. And we're like, yeah, we don't do that, or we're not good at that. This is something a consultant would love. Yes, no, maybe so.
Because the audience can play at home.
Exactly. And it's usually quick and easy and entertaining and okay. So you got, the Pac-12 is no more. And they've broken up into three different conferences. 4 if you want to count Oregon State and Washington State and wherever the heck they are and what they're doing. But I'll just stick with the 10 schools that have relocated in 3 different conferences. And you tell me your opinion. Is this going to work out well for ... Okay?
All right.
Cal going to the ACC. Yes, no, maybe so.
Define work out well.
Well, it's your definition. Like if you think Cal wasn't anything in the Pac-12, so how much worse can they get?
I forgot the number, but someone had told me. In fact, I think it was my son that told me. He read a post or something that Cal's travel this year, David, is the circumference of the earth.
They're like the Vancouver and Edmonton in the NHL.
They're doing like 24,000 miles in travel, and the circumference of the earth is similar in size. I mean, what they are having to do to just compete in football, not to mention the other sports, is ridiculous. So I'm going to go with the no for Cal.
Stanford.
It's a tragic no.
Because this is arguably top to bottom, even though they've had not great football success here in the last 10 years. They had a good run there for a while, but especially the last 5. They have not done much in football. But, top to bottom, it's been the best athletic department in the country for most of the last 20 years.
And I don't know how much that will change, but what could change is what we're doing with college football and how that's going to affect Olympic sports. So I don't know if the conference changes their ultimate demise or what's happening with college football will hurt them more. But I'm going to say no with Stanford.
Okay, so you have 2 no's right now. All right. Let's go to the Big Ten schools. USC. Is this going to work out well for USC?
I think that it is. I'm a yes for USC. Because, one, when they have their act together, they're relevant, and I think they're close to having their act together. I don't think USC and all the games in their conference ever really mattered except for maybe the occasional Oregon game. They'll still play them. Now you're going to have USC Michigan. You're going to have USC Ohio State in some years, USC Penn State. I think this works out well because it will make USC a national brand again because they're going to have more East Coast time slot games.
All right. Interesting. I'm a maybe so on USC, by the way. I'm not sure in the other sports, and I know nobody cares about the other sports, but I do. I'm not sure it's going to work out well for them in the other sports. What I am curious about, for what it's worth, is the schools that are going from the Pac-12 to the Big Ten. 2 or 3 of them are really good baseball programs. The Big Ten baseball needs to get a lot better. A lot better. Now, they got a big thing going against them, the weather. They do. There's no question about it. But Big Ten baseball is not that good. Okay? Well, USC baseball is a big deal. And I'm wondering if, kind of like when Florida State joined the ACC 30-plus years ago, Mark, it was more than just football in which the rest of the ACC had to get on board. So I'm a maybe so with USC. UCLA.
I'm a huge no. I don't know. This program has slipped into oblivion, if it ever was. I don't know how it helps their basketball. It doesn't help their football.
Let me just stop you here. Could you make the argument you made for USC football being more of a national brand because of the big schools they're going to play and the better time slots? Couldn't the same thing hold true for UCLA basketball?
It could, but we already talked about earlier in the show the fact that the Super Bowl probably goes to the end of February. So how relevant is college basketball going to be for the Big Ten?
Okay. All right.
But I think your point's valid, David.
But you're still a no.
You know what? I'll move it to a maybe so based on hoop.
I will say it's not a good look when your football coach, the offseason that you're moving from one conference to the Big Ten, decides to leave the head coaching job at your school to become the offensive coordinator at a Big Ten school. It's not a good look.
You're right there.
Just saying. Washington.
You know, when you started this whole thing, that's the school that I've been agonizing over because I don't know how this helps Washington. I'm a maybe so on Washington because I could definitely be wrong, and their football program could do things that could make them the same national brand that is USC. I just don't see it the same way for Washington football.
Oregon.
It's a yes. Because they are a national brand. Same answer I gave with USC. With the money that they have, they're going to be able to compete financially with Ohio State, Penn State, Michigan, USC. So I don't know how this hurts Oregon.
Arizona. Now we go to the 4 schools who left the Pac-12 to join the Big 12. By the way, you're at 2-2-2. Yes, no, maybe so. You're 2-2-2 of the 3 categories. All right, Arizona.
This is a tough one because they did have a pretty good year in football. They had a really good year in football last year.
Did, and the coach left to go to Washington.
And can they keep on keeping on with a new coaching staff here at Arizona? I'm a maybe so for now, but it could turn into a yes. If they can be where Utah is and start being a legit program in this conference, it'll be interesting.
They're a top 10 basketball program.
And that's a great basketball conference.
Arizona State.
If they get their act together, and I don't know how they're going to. I mean, you talked about it earlier this week that their president said they have to get better at revenue-generating sports. If they get better at revenue-generating sports, David, this is a definite yes. It's a maybe so for now that could move into the yes category.
So you just went back-to-back maybe so's with the Arizona schools?
I did.
Okay. Utah.
I'm leaning yes because I think they're going to dominate the Big 12, which means that they'll be a playoff team to me every other year in this conference. If they win this conference, they get in the playoff. I think they're going to win this conference as much as they don't. I think they'll be the dominant football program. Therefore, it gets them in the playoff. I think this is a yes for Utah.
And finally, left him and them last for a reason. Coach Prime and Colorado.
If he's right at how he's doing that and he got the poison out, David, it's a yes. In case you missed it, Dion yesterday at Big 12 Media Days, what was the quote, David?
That the Buffaloes weeded the roster of all the poison.
Interesting way to talk about 18, 19, and 20-year-old men.
Some of whom he brought in also and then got rid of. But yes, because remember, he got rid of 80+% of the roster before last year.
But if he is right in his methods, then he'll be competing with Utah in a couple of years for dominance in that conference. So I'm going to go yes on Colorado.
Now, that's if he stays, I mean, and I'm not, I can be flippant, I can be sarcastic. I don't think Dion can stay at Colorado long-term for his health. He has circulatory issues. Altitude is not good for you. Okay. I honestly don't know if Dion can stay there long-term. Colorado gave him his Power 5 job, which is now Power 4. He had to take it. He's going to make his mark. But I'm telling you, I really don't know if physically for his health, I mean, if you were his doctor, I don't know if altitude is good for someone who has major circulatory issues. I mean, he's already lost 2 or 3 toes. I'm being very serious. This is as real gets. I don't know if he can stay. I'm just saying.
He looks good in the cowboy hat.
He does. He pulled it off. Well, you and I think.
Dion. I mean, he could wear the cowboy hat at SMU.
Yeah, it's true.
I'm just,
Yeah, that's true. And listen, it's not like they're afraid to go spend some money to lure a coach. They just gave it. Andy Enfield's making a pretty good buck at USC, and SMU said, we can give you more, Okay.
The money in that school has money.
Yes, it does. So for the record, yes, no, maybe so. Of the 10 schools that got up and left the Pac-12 to go to the ACC, to the Big 10, and to the Big 12, you're a 4 yeses, 2 nos, and 4 maybe so's.
That sounds about right.
And both of your no's are the 2 teams that went to the ACC.
Do you disagree?
Well, I'm not sure it's going to work out for everybody who went to the Big 10. I got to be honest with you. It's difficult for me. Like, I don't think it's going to work for USC. I don't. I really don't.
Why?
Because I think on the recruiting, first off, I know it's a private school. They could have the money if they want to compete NIL-wise, but I think they had a better chance of winning big in the Pac-12 than they do in the Big 10.
You had asked me over a 10-year period, we just did different schools. What's USC's expectations for making the playoff out of the next 10 years?
Oh, USC's expectation is
Yeah.
at least 5.
That's what I thought. I don't know if they'll get there, but I think they could get to 3 or 4.
But you got to remember, we're expanding from 4 to 12. I mean, how many playoffs would they have made if the Pac-12 were still the Pac-12?
I don't know because they haven't been able to win it. And that's all that was. And even winning the Pac-12 didn't guarantee you a spot. I know it's going to 12, but they were thought of so poorly that I don't know what a reasonable expectations for the Pac-12 staying at the way it was would have been in this playoff, David.
Top 2 in the Pac-12, top 4 in the Big Ten. Which do you think they had a better chance of consistently achieving?
Probably top 2 in the Pac-12. But it's close. They should be able to be a top 4 Big Ten program. They really should.
By the way, once again, we play the expectation game. UCF in the Big 12, the next 10 years, how many times should they make the playoff? If you're a UCF fan or AD, how many playoff appearances are you expecting over the next 10 years?
I've said 1, but I think they're expecting 2 or 3.
I'm expecting at least 2. If we're already entering year 2, if we're already seen as middle of the pack in that conference, and that's with the 4 Pac-12 schools coming aboard, I think we can be upper echelon of this conference very quickly. Miller and Moulton. The Diamond District bonus hour awaits on the other side. Thanks for listening.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Cart
Did you turn your camera off, or are you just pointing it at the ground?
Yeah. Am I covering it up, or?
It's covered up. I don't see anything.
Gotcha.
Which is fine. Ah, there you are. Got a little ahead of myself there. We got a minute.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is final hour. Miller and Moulton. It is the Diamond District bonus hour. Miller and Moulton in the 239 and the 904. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. The Iceman, George Gervin, to join us on the show tomorrow. We've never talked to the Hall of Famer.
No, we haven't. I had his poster when I was a kid.
So
this is a thrill for me.
Yes, you have always been a really big fan. He's written a book, and we love talking to folks when they write their books. And, I'll ask the first question, why'd you write it? And then we'll go from there. But George Gervin tomorrow on the show.
So I have a little dilemma going on in the house right now, David.
Okay.
As I've explained on the show, my wife's a veterinarian, so we have animals. We have 2 cats. We have a dog. And the dog, as you know, has always been a quiet dog, doesn't make a lot of noise. I mean, we did many a radio show from my house with Frank sitting between the two of us, never made a peep.
Right.
Great dog. And the cats are cats. One of which is loud. One of which, when he wants attention, lets everybody know with loud meows, come pet me, I'm here on my spot, I need attention.
Oh, man.
Okay. It doesn't do it a lot, but, and I like the cat. Cat's a fun cat. But what it's done is taught the dog how to ask for attention.
There you go.
My dog, who has gone through 10, 11 years of basically not saying squat, now has become a loud animal, and for any reason possible. It'd be one thing if it's, I want to go outside and I bark. Now it's, I demand you take me outside right now, and I'm going to continue to bark even though I went out an hour ago. Or I need attention. And the dog's later in life, it's got a few health problems. It wears a cone constantly because it's got a skin problem. So when the dog comes at you with that cone, it's like a blocking tackler. It's like a blocking sled, and you got to hide on the back of that damn thing before you get run over. But I have a dog that does not shut up now.
Do you think it's because of the cat, or do you think it's because of the cone and the dog is just miserable?
I think it's the cat. I blame the cat completely because, again, not too long ago, the dog's had the cone for a while. And it didn't learn this poor habit until the cat started expressing himself on a regular basis. The cat, like I said, it's pretty cool. It plays fetch with you. It brings the toy to your feet, but if you're not paying attention, it just will meow at you until you throw the damn toy for the cat. Now the dog has picked up on this.
I think I have a solution.
I do too, but no one seems to like mine. What's yours?
Get rid of the cat.
Good luck with that.
Well, I mean, you can say it out loud. It doesn't mean it's going to happen. But I mean, just, honey, I've got a solution for this. Oh, really? What? Get rid of the cat.
Somehow I don't think that solution is going to go over all that well, but I appreciate your support.
I don't know. You two are getting older, just like the dog. I mean, just saying, it's cute now. It's so sort of, but I mean, when you want quiet, she's really going to be at the Olympics are coming up. I mean, my understanding is you're not allowed to make noise in that house when gymnastics are on.
My wife has literally asked other people, do you have the fever? And other people think she's asking if they're sick. And all she is really wondering is if they have Olympic fever. I don't know anybody that has the fever for the Olympics quite like my wife.
Besides the NBC head of programming, I'm with you. I am totally with you. I mean, man, it's a good thing she doesn't ask me that. Do you have the fever? I'd be like, no, man, I don't have COVID. And right, no, the fever. Yeah, it's not a fever. No.
She has asked me at least 10 times. So everything on the TVs is set up for me to record all of this, right?
Yes, honey.
Yes, honey. It'll be all set up for what we will just record NBC and Peacock 24/7. You will not miss a damn thing.
I have to admit, I do not know of anybody who is more into the Summer Olympics than your wife.
I don't either. I've never met anybody.
No. I mean, I've actually known people who have competed in the Summer Olympics, and I don't know if they're more excited than your wife is for them. I mean, man, oh man. Speaking of which, LeBron came out the other day and said that, stop it with the whole GOAT questions. Simone Biles is the GOAT. Okay, just stop. And apparently she is such a big deal. Who were we talking to? Keith Smith about on Monday about the U.S. Olympic team and how most of what they're doing is not in Center City, Paris. It's way outside the city. They're detached from most of the rest of the U.S. Olympic team. But that the one thing that the U.S. men's basketball team anyway really wants to see, they want to see Simone compete.
We all do. I mean, this is where my wife preaching to me about this all the time. I mean, literally, they had to tell her to slow down. She's so powerful on her passes that she has to walk into them because she's too strong when she runs into them. She is still doing things at 27 years old that no one else can do in a sport where you're not supposed to last that long. It is absolutely remarkable.
Now, I do think it's worth bringing up. She was this way 4 years ago, and there were no sign of the, quote, twisties. And, we weren't talking about Taylor Swift here, but boom. I mean, and then all of a sudden, whether it's a mental block, whether it was the golfer getting the shanks or the yips or what, but, here she is at the Olympics and she was a wreck.
When I've had the twisties in the past, it's usually after too many drinks. And if I put my foot on the floor when laying in the bed spins quit.
Is that what you call it?
Yeah.
The twisties?
The twisties or the bed spins, one or the other. It's been many a year since I've had them, but I do recall the foot on the floor. For those of you who want to get rid of them, just you bed spinning, just get one foot on the floor. It usually stops spinning.
Huh. Never knew that. The room stops spinning if you put a foot on the floor?
I don't know if you've ever been that hooked on phonics.
I have. Oh, no.
When you get the bed spins, if you can get a foot to the floor, usually that prevents the room from spinning and stops you from having to run to the nearest area to take care of what's coming next.
Interesting. Don't know that I'll ever get there again, but you know what? If I do, I'll give that theory a try anyway. So back to the U.S. basketball team for a second. Don't you find it interesting? Kawhi Leonard yesterday came to an agreement with the Clippers and decided he wasn't going to play on the Olympic team. And Kawhi's never been on the U.S. Olympic team. I mean, this could be his only shot to participate in the Olympics. And I find it interesting. Like Durant hasn't practiced or played at all. He's got a calf that's giving him a problem, and he's still on the team, and he's still planning on playing. And Phoenix hasn't said a word to him, and everything's fine. But Kawhi, yeah, he missed the end of the regular season with a knee, but he practiced with Team USA like 3 straight days.
But obviously, with the amount of money that the Clippers are paying him, and a guy that's not been able to participate fully in the playoffs the last 2 years, I have no problem with the Clippers telling their franchise player, I really don't want you playing the Olympics. I don't.
Now, they can't, for the record, the team cannot force the player not to play. But Team Canada did it with one of their standout players, and now the LA Clippers have essentially forced Kawhi out of the Olympics. But to me, they chose Derek White of the Celtics. Now, he had played with Team USA in years past, and that is a factor. But, I mean, Mark, they chose him over Jaylen Brown.
Right.
Who's a better player.
Clearly.
Who just won Finals MVP.
Again, you're right.
They chose Derek White over Kyrie Irving. I mean, I don't know that it matters. We're heavy favorites to win the gold and what have you, but that's kind of an honor to play in the Olympics, right? Represent your team?
Absolutely.
Right.
And this is, by all accounts, the greatest team we've assembled since the original Dream Team.
Yeah, Steve Kerr thinks that, now won't be the case with Derek White, but Steve Kerr's basically like, yeah, I think everybody on this team's going to end up in the Hall of Fame. I don't know if that's true, but he feels that way. And we'll say, I think the first 8 are going in. I feel pretty confident about that. Would you have seriously considered, we went through this with the women's team, and should Caitlin Clark have been on it? And, and now you could argue, I mean, heck, look at where they are right now, by the way, versus where they were 2 months ago when the season started. I mean, if they did the U.S. women's Olympic team now and Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese were on it, how many people would have a problem with it?
I don't think anybody would.
With that in mind, there was a thought that was thrown out there, and obviously they didn't seriously consider it. But remember, Mark, what did the original Dream Team have?
Christian Laettner.
Right. Well,
a college player.
Right. Now, Laettner, 4 years. He had just finished his career. He was 22 years old, the whole deal. But somebody had the idea, well, why don't you just put Cooper Flagg on the team? I mean, How much would you have been bent out of shape if they did?
I wouldn't have been. I think a lot of NBA players would have been.
Huh?
And I think it would hurt their credibility down the road of always attracting the best players when they take someone who is clearly not one of the best, 12, 14 basketball players that the U.S. could put on the court.
Although apparently Tuesday it was one of the 5 best players on the floor. But I hear you. So, hey, tell your wife we just did an Olympic segment, okay? And the Olympics aren't starting for another 2 weeks. So we've got the fever.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme.
Oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each
So we had, there's this summer tournament I'm playing in. So we had a match yesterday, but then we were part of another game and it rained. So everybody in the other game bailed out and didn't finish. Of course, it's the day when I make my quota points. Had a birdie that would have been a skin. It would have been probably an $80 day. Instead, it's a Bupka's day.
Nice.
We were one down at the turn in our match, David. Birdied 1, birdied 2, birdied 3. I got a stroke on 4, made a par. Par 5, I got a stroke on 6, made a par. I got a stroke on 7, made a par. Par 8, I got a stroke on 9, par 9. We were 7 under net. Kind of tough to beat that for 9 holes.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
My partner shoots 34, I shoot 37. And I'm getting 4 pops.
And then the scene from Caddyshack. The good Lord is not gonna take the greatest round of my life.
We're 15 holes in, 14 holes in. We're sitting on the 6 tee box, and it's on the 5th green. It started raining hard. So we got ourselves the carts kind of situation under some trees, and it just kept coming. I'm like, no more of this. Get me to the clubhouse now.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
To our fans and 239 and the 904, thanks so much for being with us. The Diamond District bonus hour of Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. The good, the bad, and the ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts. Pick or two. All coming up. Magic numbers 21. 3 weeks tonight. Hall of Fame game. Canton, Ohio. C.J. Stroud and the Texans. Caleb Williams and the Bears. 44 days away from week 0. Florida State, Georgia Tech headlining the first Saturday of college football. 6 weeks from Saturday. 51 days away from week 1 of the college football season. Some good games on paper, too. 7 weeks Saturday, 51, and 8 weeks tonight. Ravens at the Chiefs to kick off the 2024 NFL season.
If you missed any of the show, go to millerandmoulton.com. You can download it. Talk with Steve Carney earlier in the show. Talked a little race. Talked a little Army-Navy as well, as he hosts podcasts covering Armed Forces football, just about what the changes could be with college football's playoff and what that would do to the Army-Navy game going forward if they decide to play that weekend in December.
The second weekend of December, which right now it has been for the last 10 plus years, Army-Navy only on that Saturday. This year, because of the playoff, they've had to move 2 bowl games. One they're kicking off at noon, one they're kicking off at night. It's 2 lesser bowl games. But there are 2 other games besides Army-Navy that day. That first and second Saturday of December, the NFL literally by law is not allowed to play games. The NFL starts playing their Saturday games the third Saturday in December. And
I know
so,
they won't change it, but can't you see Tuberville or one of the, a congressman or a senator who's a big college football guy trying to push that 1 week back? We need to change the law. We need the third week in December as well.
yeah, I don't think Tommy's got that much power. I mean, who, the NFL or Tommy Tuberville?
No. I'm saying grandstanding, saying they would change it. I'm not saying actually being able to get it changed.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, that'd be great. It'd go over well with his constituency. I just think that college football is going to have to change their ways, and it's going to come at the expense of my beloved Army-Navy game. I don't see with the NFL doing what they did with their schedule this year. When they just said the third Saturday in December, they went right at college football and said, we warned you not to play games. All right. And they're like, yeah, what do you want us to do? Look at the schedule. And the NFL's like, okay, we warned you. And they're putting the Chiefs and the Steelers and the Ravens and up against them. So if you're college football, don't you have to? I mean, Major League Baseball, Mark, stopped fighting the NFL. They're trying to take Sundays off in the postseason.
Yeah, they just simply gave up.
Yeah.
It's a fight they couldn't win.
Yeah.
So at some point, you just cash in your chips and say, this is what it is.
And as we've commented, I mean, who controls the playoff in college football? ABC, ESPN. Who literally writes the biggest check to televise NFL games and NFL highlights? ABC
and ESPN.
Yeah, $2.7 billion annually, by the way, for 11 years. And so you would think one of their partners would be like, hey, come on, man. I mean, because the other thing that the NFL did, like we thought the NFL, we didn't think they'd take their games off of the third Saturday. But Mark, it was only a year or two ago that what they did, that was NFL Network Saturday. They'd scheduled 2 or 3 games, but they were all on the NFL Network. Well, a lot less people watch the games on NFL Network than watch them on network TV. And I thought that's what the NFL was going to do for college football. They're going to listen, we're not going to take the games away, but, we'll do you a solid. We'll put them on NFL Network. We'll make sure they're never marquee games. Arizona will be in one of the games, Indianapolis, Tennessee. We'll do you a solid.
You got it.
Right. Carolina, like you said, right. Instead, they went, how dare you schedule games on that Saturday?
Well, here's a question for you, David, because I don't think the college championships go away, and not because college, it's a cash grab. I get it. But the network's spending all the money between ABC and ESPN has the SEC championship and the ACC championship, correct?
Correct.
Do they have the Big 12 as well, or is that a Fox game?
I think it alternates, but I would lean Fox.
And then the Big 10 game is mostly Fox. NBC and CBS get one sprinkled in.
Right. It's a 7-year contract, 4 Fox, 2 CBS, and an NBC.
So I don't see Fox or CBS ever bailing from championship games, even though they're spending the money, because they get the return on the investment, don't they?
Yep.
It'd be one thing if they had to fork out all the money and they weren't getting it back. Unless these games really become poorly rated games with the playoff upcoming and people realize that they don't have the same gravitas as they once did, I don't see why I could see ABC, ESPN saying, why bother with the conference championship games if we can get the playoffs started a little earlier from a cost standpoint? But I can't see CBS or Fox doing that because the programming benefits them.
Here's the only other thing, which I don't believe would ever happen. If you're college football and the calendar is this cumbersome between Christmas and the NFL leaning on you, do you move? Because you and I don't believe that conference championship games are ever going anywhere. Would you move your season up a week?
And everybody starts week 0. And Thanksgiving weekend then is conference championship weekend?
Right. See, I don't ever see that. It's too much tradition you'd be messing with in the sport. I think
they've already done, so much to ruin tradition.
Exactly. I mean, I can't say, I know I've told this before, but CBS and the SEC were able to convince Alabama and Auburn to do a 2-year deal where they would play the Friday after Thanksgiving. And both games were outstanding games. Went down to the final drive. In 2009, Alabama was undefeated, number 2, chasing the Gators. And remember, it's the BCS, so they couldn't afford a loss if they wanted to play for the Natty in theory. And they're trailing late fourth quarter, and they have the long 80-yard drive and short touchdown pass with 3 minutes to go, and they end up winning by 5. Well, the next year is the comeback when Auburn is going to go to the SEC title game, but they're number 2 in the BCS and they're undefeated, and Alabama has a chance to knock them out of the national title game. And we all know what happened. So these games did big numbers, and CBS and the SEC loved it. And Alabama and Auburn said, never again, because their fans told them how much they hated it.
Some of it's about getting there the day before, and no one's leaving on Thanksgiving to go to a game. So exactly that this ended because, well, Alabama and Auburn said it was going to end.
And think about it too. That's a drivable game.
Right.
Most everybody coming to that game's coming from within the state. You can have your Thanksgiving and not really interrupt it to get to the Iron Bowl the next day. But, they said no way, never again. And I mean, Mark, those games did really good. CBS doesn't get Friday afternoon numbers after Thanksgiving like that anymore.
Well, wasn't it that great UCF South Florida game was on a Friday after Thanksgiving? Turned out to be a terrific game, high-scoring game, went down nearly to the wire, and it did a monster number.
On ABC, yeah. Mm-hmm. Miller and Moulton. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when, with some final thoughts. It's all coming up. Thanks for listening.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place
Yes, he hasn't. Fortunately, Clark, he's not gotten a lot of text during the show today, which is helpful. He only got the one there in the last segment, which was about our we're interviewing Gervin after the show. A little behind the scenes for you. That'll be taped tomorrow, but that's what that text was about. That's a little buzz that went off. But David does get a lot of text during the show some days. It's like, thank goodness today's not one of those days. Thank all you guys for sticking around today. I know the sound quality has not been great, so apologize for that. We know, Clark. We know.
Deadstruck Gooden. I loved watching Gooden pitch. Just loved it.
I loved watching Strawberry hit.
Yeah, I was a huge Strawberry guy. Hated when they let him go to the Dodgers. Hated it.
Got to see a couple Ohtani at bats last night. That was fun.
What was that little? You know how teams have their celebration? He stole that base and that little thing he did on second base back to the dugout. They got to explain that. That's weird. That's where you need the sideline reporter after the game to go, okay, what's going on here?
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Till the top of the hour, 16 until we're done talking. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Miss any part of the show? Steve Carney, Glenn Davis joining us earlier. Go to millerandmoulton.com. George Gervin, the Iceman, will be on the show tomorrow.
We're going to score 40 tomorrow.
Listen, all right, we are going to be soaring so high tomorrow that both of us may convert a finger roll tomorrow.
I'm going to finger roll everything into the garbage. Anything I throw away will be a finger roll tomorrow.
One of the 50 greatest. He made that team. One of the 50 greatest. Think about how great you are if when they sit down and they decide, yeah, we're going to do an all-time top 50 team, and you're on it.
We've always talked about the tiers of the Hall of Fame, David.
Yep.
There's being a Hall of Famer, and then there's being in that wing where it's like, oh, okay, we're in a little bit rarefied air here.
Right. And yet all those years with the Spurs, and what couldn't they do? I mean, in the late 70s, they made it to conference finals in the late 70s. I think they lost to Portland one year with Walton. They couldn't get by Seattle. Those back-to-back Sonics teams that made the finals. Then in the 80s, they had to go through Magic, Kareem, and the Lakers. I mean, he never played in the finals. And he played on good teams, too. I mean, I remember in the mid-'80s, early to mid-'80s, they went and got Artis Gilmore from the Bulls because they wanted to match up with Kareem better. And they made it to a conference final. I think they took him to 6. But, I mean.
What do you do? There's a Magic, there's a Jabbar, there's a Worthy, there's a Wilkes, there's a Cooper. There's 3 or 4 coming off the bench. These were all-time great teams we're talking about. Tough to get through the Lakers in the 80s, David.
Right. You're trying to take down the Lakers, and just for the heck of it, they're bringing Bob McAdoo off the bench. I mean,
right.
Yep. So we'll talk to Iceman on the show tomorrow.
For someone to take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
All right, I don't have a ton today, but the Marine Corps was formally established as a military branch by Congress today in 1798. The Marine Corps kind of has 2 birthdays. They had one in November when it actually started, but this was the day recognized, and they've changed it back to the November date. But this was the original birthday of the Marine Corps. Today in 1804, Burr takes down Hamilton.
Yes, he did.
Aaron Burr mortally wounds Alexander Hamilton in a pistol duel.
And they say that we're prone to violence now.
Right. Was the VP and the Secretary of State.
I was going to say, for as much as the
Secretary of the Treasury, rather.
Right. Hate each other and don't get anything done. At least we're not pacing it off and shooting at the other.
1914, Babe Ruth makes his Major League Baseball debut with a 4-3 win for the Boston Red Sox at Fenway. 1960, To Kill a Mockingbird is published. 1967, The Newlywed Game premieres on ABC TV. Now all of you can do the one line that I can't say on the air from The Newlywed Game. I'll just ask the question, where was the strangest place you ever made whoopee?
It is remarkable that
How did that get through the censors?
It's remarkable that show and the questions that they asked aired during the time period that it did on network television. Unbelievable.
The World Football League kicked off its first season today in 1974. I did not realize they started this early.
We should have called Danielson. I think he's still waiting on a check from the New York team.
2013, Orange is the New Black premieres. You know, it was the first series to be nominated for an Emmy as a comedy and a drama. I don't know how it got the comedy part. I mean, it had the dramedy part. I watched the show. The show was fine. It had funny parts in it, but I never thought of it as a comedy.
That seriously? Somebody put that in the comedy category?
Right.
Man, how dark are you?
Thank you.
Whew.
And today in 2015, at 33 years old, Serena wins Wimbledon.
Yeah, she was pretty good. Speaking of top 50 all time. Yeah.
John Quincy Adams, E.B. White, Yul Brynner, Brett Summers, that's really just for David and I, and
Thank
Leon Spinks, both all born today.
Besides Match Game, does anybody know what Brett Summers ever did?
You know, and there was a show when I was going through it, they had another show that she was on, and I'd never heard of it.
But I mean, like, you know, I'm guessing she was an actress of some kind.
Yes.
I never know her. I don't think I've ever seen her in anything outside the second chair, top row Match Game.
Richie Zambora's 65. Rod Strickland's 58. Lil Kim's 50, David. Andre Johnson's 43, and Caroline Wozniacki is 34 years old. What did I miss?
Problem is...
Well, that's right. Today, yeah, nothing.
Yeah, if I go offline, I don't know if I'll come back. So I was unable to look up basically anything all show.
You have been hampered a little bit today on the show, David.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to Bonita Springs for the good, where Lee County deputies saved baby sea turtles from a sewage drain at Bonita Beach. They became disoriented when the lights were left on, caused them to walk away from the water and fall into sewage drains. A total of 15 turtles were rescued, cleaned, and monitored by members of Turtle Time. I was a member of Turtle Time for a while, David.
Really?
It's actually pretty cool. You go out in the early morning and check to see where the turtle nests have been laid, and then see when they've hatched and inform the right people. Before my daughter was born, my wife and I did it. It was great fun.
My mother,
that early in the morning.
My mother would have loved to have been a part, because my mother has a thing for turtles. Okay. I'm not kidding. My mother used to have all kinds of turtles, and not real turtles, because, you know, she didn't want one as a pet. Okay. Or we lived in apartments. We couldn't have one. Okay. But I'm not kidding. My mother had hundreds of turtles around the apartment.
For the bad, we stay in Bonita Springs, where 31-year-old Jamel Gambrell was arrested early Tuesday morning after breaking into the Bonita Springs City Hall. Apparently, he got in the doors around 5 a.m., went through a few areas, wandered around, and when workers arrived that morning, he was still there. When the worker tried to deactivate the alarms were not activated. It sounds like they left the door open and didn't turn the alarms on. I don't know if this is on Jamil Gamble or if it's on the Bonita Springs City Hall. Somebody screwed up. Finally, the ugly. We go to Fort Myers, where Jose Vargas decided to go crazy at a gas station. Through surveillance footage, Vegas was an aggressor in an incident at the gas station, which found a victim on the ground bleeding from his head because Vargas was pounding him with a beer bottle. Fortunately, the victim was taken to Lee County Hospital, where he received multiple staples, but was able to leave that day with minor injuries. Vargas was arrested. And that, David, is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, July the 11th, 2024.
Not much going on today. There's no soccer. You know, in fact, we've got 2 days of no big international soccer. The third place matches in both Euro and Copa are Saturday, and the championship matches are Sunday. And today, the men are off at Wimbledon in terms of singles. It's women's semis going on now, and the one unseeded player took the first set from the 7 seed. So, pretty light day. The Scottish Open wrapping up. Rory, I think, has shot off the lead in the clubhouse. Him and Fleetwood both, I think, 5 under, and 6 under, I believe, is the lead. Otherwise, 12 baseball games today, Mark. 5 of them in the afternoon. both the Rays and Marlins playing this evening. Rays wrapping up the 3-game set at home against the Yankees. Marlins wrapping up the series in Houston. 6:50 for the Rays, a little after 8 for the Marlins.
Every game to me is big for the Rays. And we talked about with Steve Carney, like you mentioned, David, if they put a 7-2 week together, 7-3, 10 games together, it changes their fortunes quickly. But this probably bigger for the Yanks. When you're looking at where the Rays are and the Yanks struggling, they would love to get 2 or 3 out of this series.
Yeah, if they lose another series, also, I think it would be like 8 straight series that they haven't won. And clearly, the Yankees are concerned with both the owner and the general manager in attendance watching the games. I mean, that doesn't normally happen. Cashman doesn't go on the road. And for the owner to be at the last 2 games, Mark, even though they won last night, they only scored 2 runs. I mean, this rookie they called up, Rice, has had a couple of big games, but they're Judge, Soto, and nothing but outs.
That's it. And they're
right
pitching
now.
around those 2 guys now.
Yep.
Because no one else is hitting the ball.
And so if I'm the Yankees, listen, Cashman has not made the big go for it deal in a long time. But it's tough to imagine they have enough offense right now if he doesn't go get a bat.
I mean, this is consecutive years with really good starts. And then at this time of the year, they've trailed off 2 years in a row. Not as badly as they have a year ago that they have this year, but they've gotten off to some really good starts, and then they've just kind of sputtered to the finish line.
Last year, they were 500 most of the year. The year before that, they were 49-43 over their last 92 games. Plus, they didn't play much better than 500 baseball in the playoffs. So they went over a year and a half of being a glorified 500 team. And after the great start, now they're 7-17 in their last 24. Yeah, emotionally, Mark, the Yankees need to win tonight. They need to win a series.
And no one would like to take them down as much as the Rays. I mean, this is on the field. We've talked about it. The Rays-Yankees rivalry on the field is probably the best in that division.
It's the most intense right now. I mean, heck, the Yankees and Red Sox players are all hugging each other. There's no animosity there. The Rays' animosity with the Yankees goes back 16 years. And think about it. They've only had 2 managers during that time.
Right. And where do the Yankees train?
Tampa. Yep. So, but that's it. Light sports day and night.
And it will get that.
Wow.
Yeah, and it'll be that way for a while because the soccer's on the weekend. And then that's it. Then we're really taking these countdowns seriously, David.
And next week it's All-Star break. So, and the Open Championship doesn't start till Thursday. So, yeah, you got a week starting today where there's not much going on. So, could be a good time to, read a book. Or how about this? How about the Phil Steele college football preview? Huh?
Time to dive into some Big 12 for me. I'm kind of done with my SEC portion of it. I'm done with my Big 10 portion of it. It's time to jump into a little Big 12. But I've been stocking up on the Florida teams, and it's scaring me because you know where I have a soft spot, and it's for the Miami Hurricanes.
Can't believe it. Now, I understand you going back to the Chargers because of Harbaugh. But, I mean, this is Mario Cristobal, who needed to take a knee to win a game last year and didn't do it. So, are you sure you can go down this well?
No, I'm not. It scares the hell out of me. But talent-wise, this is as good of a team as they have had in a long time. It's on Cristobal to deliver the goods for the Canes. Their schedule is doable. No Clemson on the schedule. I mean, they have an opportunity to be very strong and contend for an ACC title.
Yeah, if you believe they're one of the top 4 or 5 teams in that conference, which everybody does, they only play one other top 4 or 5 team, and that's the Knowles, and they get them in Miami this year. Not that matters in that rivalry, but they do. George Gervin among many on the show tomorrow. Have a great rest of your Thursday. Thanks for listening, Miller and Moulton.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
So I texted my buddy that I grew up with, who was a bigger Iceman fan than me. He's like, "Can I tune in?" I'm like, "We're taping it for tomorrow." He goes, "You prepared?" I'm like, "Yeah." I go, "You got any questions you want me to ask?" Fired 5 of them at me.
That's great. We're still live.